Chapter 224. Under the astonished gazes of countless pairs of eyes, the huge stone statue of the god. Smiling, he rose higher and higher. Xiaoyan saw that it was in good condition. The leg that was previously broken by Wuxia also had no traces left. She happily said, "Sanlang, did you fix it?" Hua Chong smiled and said, "Of course I can't come empty-handed to fetch my brother from the sky. Let's go." Xiaoyan nodded. Everyone, hurry up. However, only then did the heavenly officials see that the person beside him was Hua Chong. He almost knelt down. "Your Highness, the one beside you?" The worry on Feng Xian's face deepened. Finally he shouted, "Gladiolus! Gladiolus!" No one answered. Lang Qianqiu saw Qi Rong sneaking around the corner of the street. Just as he was about to grab it, however, he had just passed by Taihua Palace. The entire palace collapsed with a rumble, as if something inside had exploded. The heavenly officials were startled. Looking back, he saw that amidst the raging fire and the ruins, a figure stood silently with his head lowered. Junwu came out. As expected, the silver butterfly couldn't stop him. Qi Rong hurriedly slipped behind Junwu and shouted at the crowd, "Trash! All of you are trash. Come over if you can." He was the only one who didn't know what was good for him and dared to approach. The other priests, none of them dared to speak. Black chi soared into the sky from the white-robed martial god's body. At the same time, a blinding white light shone. The two colors changed unpredictably. All the heavenly officials were extremely unfamiliar with this Junwu. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and only stared at him. He stared closely at Xiaoyan as he slowly walked towards the direction where everyone was gathered. With every step he took, the flames of war burned beneath his feet. First it was a leaping flame. Then it spread wildly in all directions and grew into a raging flame. Just like the ghost at the bridge. Qi Rong was burnt by the fire. He screamed like a ghost and quickly ran away with the grains. Quan Yizhen was carrying Yin Yu's corpse on his back. His face was covered in black ash as he stood on the street. When he saw Junwu, his eyes erupted with anger. He didn't even put down the corpse as he walked towards Junwu. However, he was stopped by Xiaoyan. Getting close to Junwu now would undoubtedly be courting death. Another wave of silver butterflies attacked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoyan said, "Quick! Don't just stand there." The divine officials hesitated for a moment, and finally responded to the call one after another. Hundreds of heavenly officials leaped onto that huge stone statue one after another. It was as if a group of pitch-black ants were crawling up the statue, squeezing onto its shoulders and chest. Those who didn't have a place to stand had no choice but to grab onto its clothes. If it wanted to fly, it couldn't just rely on those bright lights and silver butterflies. But right now there were too many people, so Xiaoyan couldn't do anything to Hua Chong. In a moment of desperation, he pulled over a heavenly official, cupped Hua Cheng's face from behind, and deeply kissed him. Seeing immediate results, Xiaoyan's entire body was immediately filled with spiritual energy. The heavenly official, who was treated as a living screen, stiffened from head to toe. Shocked, he said, "What are you guys doing behind my back?" Countless pairs of eyes looked over in shock. Only then did Xiaoyan discover that the person he had pulled over to block the view was actually Lang Qianqiu. In his heart he said, "I didn't do anything. It's not something you should see." He turned around and said to the statue, "Fly." When the statue heard his call, it seemed to be activated by something. Its slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the smile on its face deepened. The silver butterflies and bright lights suddenly scattered, but the statue still steadily floated in the air. Its long hair and sleeves seemed to be fluttering in the wind. It flew up. Xiaoyan and Hua Chong jumped up and stood on the jade crown platform on top of the statue. Xiaoyan said, "Everyone, stand firm. Hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the statue's body slightly sank. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a whistling gale around it, it suddenly flew forward. Xiaoyan and Hua Chong stood at the highest point, carrying the statue and the many heavenly officials away from immortal capital. However, many of the heavenly officials had placed their 100 years of savings in immortal capital. They couldn't help but turn around and beat their chests and stomp their feet in regret. After calming down a little, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that he had been in a hurry just now, so he didn't have time to count the number of people. He didn't know if Pei Ming and the others had met with misfortune. Xiaoyan was quite worried. He looked for familiar figures in the crowd below and said, "Master, General Pei, are you guys here?" From afar, he heard the state preceptor's voice say, "I'm here." Only then did Xiaoyan feel slightly relieved. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "It's catching up! It's catching up!" Turning around to look, sure enough, behind the giant stone statue, a bright red thing was chasing after them. It was like a red light that wanted to take their lives. It was Immortal Capital. Originally, Immortal Capital was surrounded by auspicious clouds. However, at this moment the flames of war filled the air. It had already turned into a flaming demonic city. Someone said in alarm, "It's Di Jun. Di Jun moved Immortal Capital over. He wants to kill us all. He's almost catching up." However, Xiaoyan said, "It won't be that easy." His hand seal suddenly changed, and the giant stone statue's eyes suddenly lit up. The sound of the wind beside the ears of the heavenly officials became even faster, whistling madly. The red light that was chasing behind them was immediately pulled away. The statue flew even faster. However, as it sped up, the red light didn't show any signs of weakness. Its speed suddenly increased explosively. Rumble, 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 it got even closer than before. It was so close that many of the heavenly officials cried out in alarm. At this distance, they could almost clearly see the figure standing in Immortal Capital. Meanwhile, the people of the mortal world didn't know what was happening. The children were laughing and playing. When they saw the white figure running wildly in the sky and the red light flying, they opened their mouths wide and clapped their hands while pointing at the sky. "There's light! It's so beautiful!" Xiaoyan knew in his heart that he couldn't go on like this. He definitely had to increase his speed, but he felt slightly dizzy. After all, he had been flying for so long with only a single breath. Hua Cheng supported him. Before the two of them could say anything, they heard Imperial Preceptor shout from below, "What are you all standing there for? A group of heavenly officials even needs the Ghost King to borrow his mana to help them escape. Don't you feel ashamed?" Some of the heavenly officials were unconvinced. "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to lecture us like this?" Imperial Preceptor said, "Who I am isn't important. Although when I was in the celestial heavens, you all were still playing with mud somewhere, I definitely have the qualifications to lecture you all. What's important is to quickly put your precious jade hands on this statue. Give me as much mana as you have. This way, this statue will be able to fly even faster. Otherwise, won't you just wait for him to catch up? Are you all so used to looking on with folded arms that you've forgotten that your own lives are at stake? Do you all need me to remind you of this?" Only after his reminder did the heavenly officials return to their senses. They secretly felt ashamed that they actually forgot they could use this method to support themselves. Thus, one after another, they put their palms on the statue and shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I will lend you a helping hand." "Ah, then I'll do it too." "Not much. Just make do with it." Just like that, the 700 hands and 800 feet of the statue were once again filled with mana. Xiaoyan felt his spirit rise, and the statue once again exerted its strength. This time, with a rumbling sound, the red light was shaken off by several dozen kilometers. The heavenly officials let out a huge sigh of relief, and one after another wiped their sweat. Xiaoyan was the same. Suddenly, Hua Cheng said, "Big brother, go down." Since he had spoken, Xiaoyan didn't ask why. He controlled the statue to break through the rolling pitch-black clouds and directly descended. It was actually pitch-black below. Not a single trace of light or human habitation could be seen. The heavenly officials were bewildered. "What is this place? Why is it so dark? So strange. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did you come down? I don't think we should stay here for long." However, Hua Cheng said, "Stay here and don't move. We'll wait." The gigantic stone statue floated in midair. Xiaoyan said, "Wait for what?" Hua Cheng softly said, "Wait for him to catch up. We'll fight him first." Just as he finished speaking, a red light broke through the dark clouds above, and the burning Immortal Capital also began to sink. The heavenly officials stared blankly as the red light gradually approached. Their blood ran cold and they all said, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Why haven't you left yet? You can't be thinking of fighting him head-on, right? There's no chance of victory." He's acting stupid again. I should have known that this person just loves to act stupid. It's been this way for several hundred years. Who kicked me? The state teacher said, If you say one more word, I'll directly push you down. Who the hell are you? Although the gigantic stone statue was a colossus, the immortal capital was even more magnificent. If they really fought head-on with the physique of the gigantic stone statue, it would definitely be crushed. However, Xiaolian believed in Hua Qing's judgment. One person in one city coldly confronted each other in the night sky. Just as the red light approached less than half a kilometer away, Xiaolian suddenly felt as if there was something below him that was restless. He looked down and discovered that the darkness below him was restless. Walala walala, it surged up and down violently just like waves. Xiaolian suddenly understood what this place was. Some of the heavenly officials also discovered it and said in alarm, heavens, this place seems to be the Black Water Ghost territory. We've been brought into a ghost's nest. Just as he finished speaking, several sharp white things suddenly broke through the darkness below and soared into the sky. For pairs of eyes. 8 huge eyeballs that were like willow, the wisp lanterns glowed with a faint green light. They stared at the flaming demon city and let out evil howls, as if they were very dissatisfied with this intruder who didn't have the slightest bit of politeness. Their huge bone tails swung back and forth, slapping the surface of the sea and stirring up thousands of tall waves. It was those 4 bone dragons. They raised their heads towards the demon city and spat out rapid streams of water from their mouths. Their attack power was extremely strong. Even an iron wall would be pierced by these huge water spears. Xiaolian couldn't help but look at them in a new light. The last time I saw them, they seemed a little. Haha, I didn't expect them to be so fierce. New giant bone monsters broke through the surface of the pitch-black sea continuously. Flying fishes whizzed through the air like stones being thrown into a city. The heavenly officials were completely confused when they saw this. Junwu was chasing them, but Hua Qing and Blackwater seemed to be helping them instead. Such a scene was really mysterious. The 4 bone dragons surrounded the demon city and spat out water continuously. However, the flames of war couldn't be extinguished with water. The more they pounced, the angrier they became, even burning into the water. On the surface of the Black Water Ghost territory, raging flames danced wildly. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves came from under the water. Xiaolian suddenly sweated. We brought these messy things to Black Water's territory and messed around here, is it okay? Hua Qing said, don't mind it, he owes me money. Hit him however you like. Xiaolian. Suddenly someone pointed ahead and shouted, What is it doing? Chapter 225. The flaming demonic city that was originally the immortal capital trembled in the air. There was a cracking sound. Countless burning rocks rolled down. It fell into the water, and the city slowly flipped over. It was originally a flat piece, but now it stood up and began to disintegrate. The many divine palaces on the ground of the immortal capital were moving around. It was originally a complete city, but now it was completely destroyed. It slowly split into 7 or 8 pieces. A heavenly official said, was it destroyed? Is it going to fall apart? Xiaolian replied, how could it be that easy? I'm afraid. Before he could finish, the 7 or 8 pieces of the cracked city quickly reassembled. The sound of the boulders rolling could be heard continuously. The more the divine officials watched, the wider their eyes became. Some of them even opened their mouths. That fire demon city. It wasn't falling apart, it was disintegrating and reforming. After reforming, it had become a flaming giant. The giant awoke from his slumber, hovering in the air. Those dazzling golden palaces almost covered its entire body. It was as if his entire body was covered in an indestructible armor. It replaced the immortal capital. It confronted Xiaolian's stone statue in the air. Compared to the 2 sides, Xiaolian's side was incomparably petite. A little pitiful, like a child standing in front of an adult. This giant stone statue could be considered a colossal object. But this flame giant. However, when the words indomitable spirit were uttered, it was at least 5 or 6 times louder, shocking everyone to the point that their hair stood on end. It was as if a single stomp of its foot could destroy an entire city. After the reconstruction was complete, The devil fire giant turned its head slightly and spat out a flame that swept towards the 4 bone dragons. The wall of flame broke the 4 water spears. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 4 bone dragons plunged back into the sea one after another. It landed on the surface of the sea as if it was walking on flat ground, steadily walking towards the giant stone statue of the god. Above the giant's head was the divine martial palace. Junwu was sitting in the middle of the palace, emitting a terrifying pressure. The heavenly officials were suffocating. Your Highness, don't just stand there. I'm dying of anxiety. Quickly run. We can't beat him, we definitely can't beat him. Wake up, Your Highness, it's several times bigger than you. Xiaolian said, we can't just keep running. If we can't beat them, we can't go anywhere else. The heavenly officials were stunned for a moment before they reacted. It was true that they could not keep running. If Hua Chong did not provide them with mana, they would eventually exhaust the god statue to the point where it could no longer fly. There had to be a place for them to fight. Rather than luring the flame giant to a place with a lot of people, it would be better to deal with it here. At the very least, there was no one on the surface of the black water wretched marsh. Ordinary people would not be affected. As a divine priest, it was only right for him to think this way. However, in the face of such a menacing demonic fire giant, the thought of using this thing as an opponent to fight with his back against the black water, how could he not feel fearful? But even so, they were too embarrassed to be the first to open their mouths and shout for Xiaolian to quickly take them to a place with more people. Thus Xiaolian said, everyone hold on tight. Be careful not to fall. The black water ghostly centipede will sink the moment it enters the water. That flame giant rushed towards the stone god statue that was several times smaller than it, and extended its palm as if it wanted to grab it. Xiaolian nimbly dodged and jumped. The divine priest that was grabbing onto the statue would sometimes flip over, sometimes suddenly turn around, sometimes rise and sometimes fall. It was extremely thrilling and exciting. Screams rose and fell one after another. Not to mention that most of the people here weren't martial gods, but even martial gods rarely had this kind of battle experience. Xiaolian heard Quan Yizhen shout, "You don't have a weapon. You need a weapon." The heavenly officials could no longer bear it and said, "That's right, Your Highness. Without a weapon, it'll be hard for you to win." Xiaolian said, "I was just thinking about what I could use as a weapon." Wuxia excitedly twisted his body a few times and moved closer to him. Xiaolian pushed him away and said, "Thank you, but you can't. You're too small." At this time Hua Chong said, "It's not like we don't have a weapon. We'll just make do with this for now." After he finished speaking, Xiaolian heard a few more sharp whistles. The 4 bone dragons that had been spat out by the demonic fire giant drilled out and surrounded the 4 sides of the stone god statue. The heavenly officials couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What are they trying to do? Naturally, they weren't surrounding the statue to attack. Xiaolian looked at them as one dragon bit the other's tail. Eventually, the 4 long bone dragons joined together to form a strangely long bone dragon. That tail-biting bone dragon leapt up and flew over to Xiaolian's side. Without hesitation, Xiaolian raised his hand and the stone god statue grabbed it. Xiaolian then said, "This is Bone Dragon Whip." Just like how he controlled Wuxia in the past, it would be fine. Xiaolian raised his hand and a bone dragon whipped towards the demonic fire giant's head. The demonic fire giant also raised his hand and grabbed the tail of the whip. However, that bone dragon whip suddenly snapped in the middle. The stone god statue took a step forward and whipped the demonic fire giant's head. As if it was in pain, the demonic fire giant loosened its grip. Then, the bone dragon he grabbed swam back and once again returned to Xiaolian's hand. This bone dragon whip could be caught and disconnected as it was extremely nimble. Sometimes it would split into 2, sometimes it would merge into 4. In addition, the stone god statue's movements were also extremely nimble. All of a sudden, it became extremely difficult to deal with. The heavenly officials' hair had already been ravaged by the violent winds. With their clothes covering their heads, they said, "I didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to still have some tricks up his sleeve. I've only seen him collect trash. I didn't expect him to actually be a martial god." The state teacher said, "I didn't expect the one in front could be removed. There's also no need to specifically emphasize collecting trash." Xiaolian said, "Ha ha ha. That incredibly long tail-biting bone dragon whip was like a deathly white iron chain as it wrapped around the opponent. The demonic fire giant's body sank. Immediately, the heavenly officials reacted. Hurry, 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 hurry and pull it into the sea. Below this battlefield was the Black Water Ghost tribe. Once it entered the water, it would sink. The stone god statue pulled on that bone dragon chain. Xiaolian clenched his teeth and exerted force. Come down for me. Sure enough, that demonic fire giant sank a little more. The heavenly officials hurriedly used their hands and feet to transfer their power to the stone god statue. They shouted, "Sink! Sink! Quickly sink!" Hearing them shout "sink" at Junwu in unison, Xiaolian felt a slight chill in his heart. He raised his head to look at the divine martial palace on top of the stone god statue. He didn't know why, but even though he couldn't clearly see the expression of the person inside, he felt that Junwu was sneering. After a stalemate and bitter struggle, that demonic fire giant was indeed gradually pulled into the sea. The flames on its body were still burning. Even after sinking into the water, they didn't extinguish. Instead, they emitted a red light from the pitch-black depths of the sea, causing the seawater to also glow red. As the bone dragons pulled it deeper and deeper, the red light gradually disappeared. One after another, the heavenly officials breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xiaolian didn't dare to relax his vigilance. After a long time there was still no sound. Xiaolian then remembered that Pei Ming didn't respond. He also didn't hear the voices of Ban Yu and the others. Most likely he was pulled into the sea. This time he was afraid that everything pointed to disaster. Right at this moment, the surface of the sea below started bubbling. Bubbling, bubbling. The bubbles continued to spread, and when they surged, they even emitted bursts of white smoke. The seawater was boiling. Xiaolian cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to fly up, a hand suddenly broke through the water and grabbed the ankle of the gigantic stone statue of God. Xiaolian felt his body suddenly sink downwards. When he looked down, he saw that the demonic fire giant had actually climbed up again. Its chest was already exposed above the surface of the sea. It was dripping wet, and the flames on its body had mostly been extinguished. However, they were currently reigniting. That tail-biting bone dragon's chain was still wrapped around its body, but it was clear that it was no longer able to hold him back. Junwu's laughter reverberated across the entire surface of the sea. It wasn't a mad laughter, nor was it a sneer. It was hard to describe, but instead it made people's hair stand on end. Under the pull of that demonic fire giant, a small half of the gigantic stone statue of God's body was submerged in the boiling water. The heavenly officials who were originally standing at the bottom were now doing their utmost to climb up. Even Xiaolian, who was standing on the jade crown platform at the very top of the gigantic stone statue of God, could feel the suffocating heat. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was so hot that his back was drenched in sweat. If he was pulled into the sea, he would be thoroughly cooked from head to toe. That wouldn't do. He wouldn't be able to display his full strength with other weapons. He still needed a sword. Suddenly, he heard the imperial tutor's voice. That curly-haired little friend? What are you doing? Don't randomly throw corpses at me? Wait a minute. What are you doing? Xiaolian was also shocked. He maintained the hand seal and shouted down, "Qing!" A figure flew down the leg of the stone god statue, and then along the arm of the demonic fire giant, heading straight for its head. Xiaolian shouted, "Qing, come back!" However, Quan Yizhen couldn't hear what the others were saying. Just as he was about to reach the arm of the demonic fire giant, he was discovered. The other hand of the demonic fire giant swatted over, as if it was swatting a mosquito resting on its arm. It was extremely fast and accurate, and with a smack it hit the target. Many of the heavenly officials cried out in alarm, but when they took a closer look, Quan Yizhen was still running. It turned out that just now he was indeed hit, but he dodged into the gap between the giant palm's 5 fingers, so he didn't turn into meat paste. He jumped over the fingers and continued running. He had narrowly avoided 2 palm strikes in a row, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be so lucky the third time. As long as he received another palm strike, there was an 80% chance that he would be smashed into meat paste. However, before the third palm strike, Quan Yizhen had already reached his destination. He jumped into the skull of the bone dragon that was wrapped around the demonic fire giant. As soon as he jumped in, the two will-o'-the-wisp lanterns in the bone dragon's eyes suddenly erupted with a bright light. Its mana greatly increased, and its entire body also emitted a layer of faint white light. Facing the sky, it let out a long roar, and its body wrapped even tighter around the demonic fire giant. Xiaolian could clearly hear the heavy sound of the boulder being squeezed. Feeling suffocated, the demonic fire giant loosened its grip and finally let go of the ankle of the stone god statue. As soon as he regained his freedom, Xiaolian immediately flew into the air. Extending his hand, he said, "Qiying, quickly come over. Don't bother him anymore." Quan Yizhen rode on the tail-biting bone dragon. Not only did he not loosen his grip, he even shouted out loudly. Gathering all his strength, he wound himself even tighter around the giant. Amidst the fierce struggle, countless rocks and debris fell into the sea, instantly sinking. That demonic fire giant lost its patience and completely broke free from the sea. Inside the divine martial palace, the flames of war were once again ignited, burning its entire body. As for the bone dragon and Quan Yizhen that were tightly wrapped around his body, they were also buried in the sea of flames. Xiaolian shouted, "Qiying!" Leaning over, he charged towards the giant, and with a single punch, he scattered the tail-biting bone dragon's chain. The shining white burning bone fell into the sea. Xiaolian was just about to catch the head of the bone dragon that Quan Yizhen was attached to. However, that giant's palm flew out, sending that bone dragon's head flying almost 3 to 4 miles away. With this distance and speed, the stone god statue simply had no way of intercepting it in midair. Xiaolian was afraid that by the time he rushed over, Quan Yizhen would have already fallen into the sea along with the bone dragon. As for the seawater right now, it was basically a pot of boiling water. Once it entered the water, it would be cooked. Right at this critical moment, a shining white bone fish suddenly flew out of the sea and caught that bone dragon's head. Then, like a fish that had escaped a net, it swam towards the distance while wagging its tail. Feeling more scared than hurt, Xiaolian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly flew over to take a look. After separating himself from the giant, the flames had already been extinguished. The teeth of that bone dragon's head were still chattering, and its mouth was opening and closing, as if it was gasping for air. Quan Yizhen was lying inside. His whole body was black and slightly charred. It was unknown if he had been roasted by the fire, but his hair seemed to have curled even more. However, because the bone dragon's head was blocking a layer of the fire, the charred wasn't too serious. He should only be injured and needed to rest. After all, Quan Yizhen's vitality was very tenacious. The 4 bone dragons' situation was even more serious. They were burned and beaten. At present, their corpses were scattered all over the sea, and some were still burning. Xiaolian swept a few glances and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. We also beat the Black Water Clan's gatekeeper to death. Is it really all right?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's all right." "Xiaolian, how much does he owe you?" All the heavenly officials looked at Quan Yizhen's miserable state and said, I didn't expect His Highness Qiying to be so brave. At such a critical moment, he stepped forward bravely and saved everyone. Xiaolian recalled how Quan Yizhen was usually despised in the heavenly court. He shook his head and thought that he didn't want to step forward bravely to save everyone or anything. At this moment, a creaking sound came from afar. When he turned around to look, the giant's body was once again surrounded by raging flames. However, it didn't chase after Xiaolian and the others. Instead, it flew up into the sky, passed through the clouds, and unexpectedly disappeared. All the heavenly officials were stunned, but they also felt some joy from surviving a disaster. They said, "Did he give up on chasing us?" Xiaolian didn't think it was good at all. He said, "Sanlang, why did he disappear?" Hua Cheng said, "He activated thousandly shrinking." Xiaolian asked, "Where did he go?" Hua Cheng's gaze was solemn. He looked at him and said, "The Imperial City." Chapter 226. Hurry to the Imperial City. Hua Cheng said, "You don't have to worry about this place. They will handle it themselves." The state teacher placed Yinyu's body on the back of the fish bone. The bonefish carried the bone dragon head, Quan Yizhen, and Yinyu into the distance. The other bonefishes went to pick up the scattered bone dragon joints and put them together to slowly repair them. It seemed that they would indeed handle it themselves. There was no time to lose. Xiaolian didn't say anything else. He immediately drove the gigantic stone statue towards the sky. The heavenly officials said, "Your Highness, where are you going? You're not thinking of chasing after him, are you?" It wasn't easy to escape. Xiaolian said, "I have to chase after him. He went to a place with many people. There's no time, please hold on tight." Hua Cheng flipped a die between his fingers. He said in a deep voice, "Brother, are you ready?" Xiaolian nodded. Hua Cheng tossed the dice. Shrink the ground by 1,000 miles. Open. The gigantic stone statue gathered enough magic power and rushed upwards with all its might. It passed through the clouds. Sure enough, they saw the devil fire giant in front of them that reflected a large part of the dark sky into a bright red. They had also arrived in the sky above the imperial city. The people on the ground saw such a huge burning monster suddenly appear in the sky. It slowly descended and approached them. Some were stunned, some began to scream. Some were so scared that they turned around and ran. Shi Qingxian also sucked in a few breaths of cold air. However, he immediately reacted. He shouted hoarsely in the crowd, "It's okay. Everyone, don't panic. It can't come down. Someone will stop it. It's just a fight between immortals. Ha 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 ha. Is it really okay? Old Feng. A slap from such a big monster isn't a joke." Shi Qingxian laughed wildly, "It's true. Don't you see that I'm here too? If I want to die, I'll die first. Ha 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 ha." He was so nervous that he lost his mind. Xiaolian controlled the gigantic stone statue to fly over. He dodged the few firewalls that the devil fire giant spat out. He grabbed it and pulled it up with all his might, not letting it continue to approach the ground. He said, "Everyone, quickly go down." The heavenly officials had been sitting on the statue for a long time. They had long been scared half to death by Xiaolian's wild control style. They couldn't wait to escape. They hurriedly jumped down like dumplings. The moment they landed, they saw Shi Qingxian and were stunned. "Windmaster? Why are you here? Why are you like this?" Shi Qingxian was overjoyed and said, "Don't ask so much. Come, quickly join us. Join the human formation and help hold the fort. I'll treat you guys to chicken drumsticks later. We can't let the vengeful spirits inside rush out." Most of the god officials were hesitant, but Lang Qianqiu was the first to rush over and say, "I'll help you." With someone taking the lead, the other divine officials joined in one after another. The human formation grew stronger once again and became even more solid. Xiaolian heaved a sigh of relief and continued to drag the devil fire giant upwards, only to hear a series of loud creaking sounds. The demonic fire giant actually disintegrated once again. One of its legs detached from its body and flew downwards. Even if it only had one leg, it could still smash a large number of people to death. Not only the human formation, but the entire street would also be smashed. Who would have thought that the leg would suddenly explode in the air with a loud bang when it was halfway through its flight? Millions and millions of sparks brought along countless small particles that melted into the dark night as they scattered down, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like the dust that fell like rain after a grand fireworks display, completely harmless. Xiaolian was startled and said, "Why did it explode on its own? Who hit it?" At this time, a figure flew up from the center of the fireworks and landed on the demonic fire giant's body with a few leaps. Xiaolian fixed his eyes on him and happily said, "General Pei, you're all right. That's great." He had already made a mental note to do a few free rites for Pei Ming later. Pei Ming held a sword in one hand and used the other to wipe his hair back. His hairstyle was not messy and his elegance did not diminish. He reservedly said, "Something happened, but it's nothing serious. They had been roasted and boiled, yet they still weren't cooked." The life force of the martial gods was indeed very tenacious. Xiaolian asked again, "What about Half Moon and the others?" Hua Cheng said, "They're fine. Brother, look, they're over there." Xiaolian turned his head to look. Sure enough, in the distance, Half Moon had brought Pei Su and landed on the roof of a house. It seemed that Mingguang Palace Hall was tightly sealed. The boiling black seawater did not completely pour in, so everyone was fine. Xiaolian asked again, "What about Xianji and the others?" A voice proudly said. Of course they were defeated by me. This voice came from Pei Ming's hand. Only now did Xiaolian discover that the sword in Pei Ming's hand was actually Mingguang. He was slightly stunned. General Pei, how dare you hold a Mingguang sword? Pei Ming laughed. This is a bit complicated. However, Rongguang said, ha ha ha, what's complicated about it? Isn't it just you kneeling down and apologizing, saying you were wrong and begging for my forgiveness? Ha 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 ha. Delightful. Delightful, delightful. Xiaolian also roughly guessed the reason. Most likely, the three ghosts hadn't killed anyone yet, but because of the unequal distribution of loot, they started fighting amongst themselves. Rongguang won a complete victory and kicked Xianji and Kuemo away. At this time the outside rumbled and began to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. The situation was critical and they couldn't rush out. Only by joining hands could they break out of this predicament. He didn't forget to force Pei Ming to admit his mistake and help him. Pei Ming admitted his mistake and apologized to him as he wished. Only then did he finally feel happy. That demonic fire giant lost a leg. But it wasn't arrogant nor impatient. Instead, it slowly began to reorganize itself. The other parts of the stone and the golden palace moved towards the gap. After a while it finished reorganizing. It was still a giant, just a bit smaller. Pei Ming held the Mingguang sword and rushed towards the divine martial palace. Xiaolian said, General Pei, be careful. However, with the Mingguang sword in hand, Pei Ming's attack power suddenly increased. Although Rongguang's personality was poor and his heart wasn't right, he was worthy of being Pei Ming's old subordinate for many years. These two people understood how to cooperate with each other the most. Quan Yizhen hadn't even gotten close to the divine martial palace when he was slapped a few times. The road ahead was filled with obstacles and he stumbled. However, Pei Ming rushed further than him and directly killed his way into the divine martial palace. Rongguang fought inside the Mingguang sword until sparks flew everywhere. At the same time he scolded, Did you see that? I told you a long time ago, the two of us are invincible under the heavens. There's nothing we can't push over. If you had listened to me earlier, how could you still be a General Mingguang after hundreds of years? The veins on Pei Ming's forehead bulged as he said, Can you stop talking? Qi Rong hid at the side of the divine martial palace and watched the battle. He clamored, Damn stallion, I advise you not to come up and court death. Quickly go back. Mingguang's sword whipped over. What the hell is this green thing? Don't block the way. Qi Rong was whipped a few times by this sword. Guzi hugged his thigh and with great difficulty stabilized him so he didn't fall. He worriedly said, Dad? Are you okay? Qi Rong lost face in front of Guzi and flew into a rage. However, when he saw Pei Ming and Mingguang's sword's murderous aura, he didn't dare to go up and meet force with force. He stubbornly said, using despicable means again. Who knew that Guzi would suddenly fall to the ground with a thump? Qi Rong stared blankly and looked down. Guzi didn't make a sound and wasn't moving. He glared at him and grabbed Guzi. Holding him upside down, he madly swung him around and said, Silly son, what are you doing? Guzi seemed to have fallen asleep. His eyes were closed and his forehead was boiling hot. Xiaolian desperately pulled on the devil fire giant. He also noticed what was happening below and said, Qi Rong, you should hurry up and leave. That place is constantly burning. It's going up into the sky and down into the water. That child is too young, he will die. Qi Rong stuffed Guzi under his armpit. He raised his head and scolded, Don't lecture me. Who are you trying to fool? This little bastard was raised by a lowly person. How could he die so easily? You think I don't know that you want to trick me? Once I leave here, you will definitely kill me. Even if Xiaolian didn't touch him, Lang Qianqiu was still waiting for him. On the other side, Pei Ming and Jun Wu had already started fighting. Qi Rong was burned by the flames of battle to the point that he would occasionally shout and jump around to avoid the fire. Xiaolian angrily said, You, a ghost, can't even withstand this fire. You still expect a child to be able to withstand it? Guzi, who was being held under Qi Rong's armpit, was burning red. However, Qi Rong stubbornly said, I won't leave. I won't leave. Wah, my mother. A wave of raging flames assaulted his face. Qi Rong frantically ran in a circle. His butt was almost burnt to a crisp. He couldn't help but jump up and shout, "Boss Junwoo? Boss, can your fire not be so fierce? It's burning you. It's burning me." Xiaolian felt that what he wanted to say was, "Old thief Junwoo, you're burning me, your father." However, he cherished his life and didn't dare to say it out loud. How could Junwoo care about him? He was currently fighting Pei Ming with a strange smile on his face. The fire around Qirong was getting bigger and bigger. He simply didn't have a place to stand. Although he was a ghost and wouldn't die from being burned, he was still burned to the point of being uncomfortable. He almost didn't have a place to stand. Not long after, Guzi suddenly screamed as if he had been burnt by the fire. Qirong took him out from under his armpit to take a look. Sure enough, Guzi's forehead was dripping with blood. A large hole had also been burned through his shoulder, revealing his burnt shoulder. Guzi was woken up by the fire and started crying loudly. He hugged Qirong and said, "Father, it hurts. I'm scared." Qirong had probably never faced this kind of situation. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. His mouth was stiff and he didn't know what to say. Guzi covered his wound. He was in so much pain that his nose was dripping with tears. He said, "Father, will we be burned to death here?" Qirong stuttered, This. Guzi sobbed and said, "Although this territory of yours is very beautiful, it doesn't seem too good. The people here also don't seem to treat us very well. How about we change places to stay?" Qirong really couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed into the hall and wanted to catch Junwoo but didn't dare to get close. He shouted from afar, "Let's discuss. Boss Jun, it's fine if you want to set the fire. Anyway, this is your territory. You can do whatever you want." But can you? This idiot. Xiaolian was so angry that he almost fell off the Jade Crown platform. He said, "Don't go up to die. Just come down. I promise I won't touch you." Qirong didn't listen to him at all. Seeing that Junwoo was indifferent and didn't put him in his eyes, Guzi cried loudly. Perhaps it was because he felt that he had lost face in front of his cheap son. His face was green and red. He suddenly rushed up and scolded, "Where did your temper come from? I told you to stop burning, didn't you hear me?" Xiaolian said, "Qirong." Before he could get close, Junwoo raised his hand and a ball of fire instantly enveloped his entire body. Qirong let out a sharp scream. Xiaolian said, "Guzi, with such a big fire, even if Qirong didn't burn into ashes, he would still be greatly injured. Wouldn't Guzi be directly turned into ashes?" Pei Ming also saw that Qirong was carrying a child under his armpit. He wanted to save him, but Junwoo was gradually gaining the upper hand. He couldn't get away. Calculating the time, he probably couldn't save Qirong anymore. He said, "Dijun, there's no need to use such a cruel method on a child." However, Xiaolian and he both knew that in Junwoo's eyes, there was no longer any child. All he could see was the enemy and the people blocking his way. With a wave of his hand, a ball of fire wrapped around Pei Ming and sent him flying. Below, the numerous heavenly officials cried out in alarm. "General Pei is on fire." Chapter 227. Xiaolian said, "Lord Rainmaster." The Rainmaster rode on the black bull. She raised her head and gave him a slight nod. Pei Ming was carried on the back of the cow. He had been burned by the fire and drenched by the rain. His hair was a mess and he was in a sorry state. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he realized that it was the Rainmaster who had caught him. Although the other party was engrossed in riding the bull, she didn't even look at him. But at this moment, his unhandsome appearance was still exposed in front of others. Embarrassed, he immediately stood up and said, "Who knew?" As soon as he opened his mouth, a ring of black smoke came out of his mouth. Rongguang was about to go mad with anger. "You actually need a woman to save you, and it's even you, Shi Huang. Pei Ming, aren't you ashamed?" Pei Ming was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out another string of black smoke. "Can you shut up?" On the other side, Pei Su and Half Moon welcomed the descending Rainmaster. He helped Pei Ming up. On the other side, on the demonic flame giant, tens of thousands of rocks rolled down. There was still a raging fire burning on the falling rocks. It fell to the ground like a meteor shower. The rain became heavier. However, the fire did not go out. It seemed that Junwoo had strengthened the magic power in the fire. Moreover, even if the rain could extinguish the flames, it would be useless. The boulders would still fall to the ground. The imperial city would probably be filled with thousands of large pits in an instant, and there would be countless casualties. Unfortunately, this gigantic stone statue of the god of stone was firmly holding onto the giant, so Xiaolian couldn't get away. He didn't know how many martial gods were present, and whether or not they would be able to intercept all of them. Extremely anxious, Xiaolian turned around and said, "Sanlang, this?" Hua Cheng stood behind him and placed his hand on the back of his brother's hand. "Don't worry, big brother. Just hold on here. Don't worry about what's happening below." His voice was right beside Xiaolian's ear, and his breath was warm. He slightly raised his chin, indicating for Xiaolian to look. Xiaolian looked in the direction he indicated, only to see a figure dressed in red slowly walking over from outside the human formation with his hands behind his back. Xiaolian narrowed his eyes as he looked, feeling stunned in his heart. That's Flower City? Another Flower City? What was going on? Xiaolian suddenly turned around. Wasn't Hua Cheng standing behind him? Hua Cheng chuckled and said, "Don't be scared, big brother. I'm Shinzaburo, a man of integrity." In that case, was the one below Hua Cheng's clone that he left behind when he left? It was no wonder that Junwoo did not suspect that Hua Cheng had infiltrated the celestial capital. Xiaolian even found it strange that Junwoo did not have eyes watching from below. It was probably not that Junwoo did not have any surveillance. Rather, under his surveillance, Hua Cheng was still guarding the imperial city. Of course, Junwoo did not suspect anything. Shi Qingxian did not have time to look at the sky, nor could he see Xiaolian and Hua Cheng above. When he saw Hua Cheng beside him, he hurriedly said, "Blood Rain Tanhua. You're finally back. What are you doing? You've been gone for so long. Have you thought of a way to contact the Crown Prince?" No. You should help me deal with this side first. Do you see those flint stones in the sky? Think of something. Just blow on them or let those little butterflies of yours fly up and drive them away. Otherwise they'll die." Hua Cheng didn't say a word, coldly letting him ramble on and on. In the end, he seemed to have lost his patience and directly interrupted him, saying, "You settle it yourself." Shi Qingxian said, "I'll settle it myself? Don't joke at this time. I'm not the Crown Prince, I can't understand your humor. How am I going to deal with that group of stones?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Cheng grabbed the back of his collar and directly pulled him out of the human formation. Shi Qingxuan's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he got out of the formation, he immediately pulled the two people on his left and right. Only then did the human formation not break. Unexpectedly, not only did Hua Cheng drag him out, but he also gave him a backhand slap, sending him flying out. The beggars were shocked. "Old Feng?" Some of them shouted at Hua Cheng. "Why did you hit him?" Although Shi Qingxian was sent flying, he only tumbled a few times. He lay on the ground and immediately got up. "I'm fine, I'm not dead. He's not really hitting me, he's just borrowing my magic power." "Is that so?" Shi Qingxian looked at his hands and then at his body. From head to toe, he was emitting spiritual light and said, "Lord Hua Cheng, you don't have to be like this even if you can't see the Crown Prince. If you want to borrow magic power, then do it properly. I don't mind eating a few more of those strange-tasting candy balls. There's no need to hit people. Why don't you look at the sky first? There are still so many stones in the sky." At this moment, Hua Cheng swung his right hand again and threw something to him. Shi Qingxian did not hesitate and raised his hand to catch it. When he took it down to take a look, his face turned pale. That thing was the Windmaster fan. Seeing this, Xiaolian, who was on the giant stone statue, could not help but say, "Sanlang isn't the Windmaster fan. The one below is?" Hua Cheng said, "Don't worry about it. I asked for a favor at the last minute." Shi Qingxian held the fan that he was extremely familiar with. His neck stiffened and he slowly turned towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng said coldly, "Settle it yourself." The fire meteor shower formation was about to land on the ground. The people in the human formation could almost feel the scorching waves rushing towards them. They broke out in cold and hot sweat and said, "Old Feng, is what you said true? Are you really fine? The other priests also said, Your Highness, can you please think of a way quickly? Shi Qingxian gripped the fan tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged and his eyes were slightly bloodshot. In a flash he suddenly turned around and waved his hand. A gust of wind rushed into the sky from the ground. The meteor shower immediately made a turn and flew towards the sky. The beggars were originally scared half to death, and seemed to be ready to run away at any time. They were all blown into the sky by the strong wind. They were dumbfounded and stunned. After a while he said, God, immortal? Someone shouted, Damn, old Feng. Could it be that you are really an immortal? Shi Qingxuan's fan flew out and his hand kept shaking. He took a few breaths and only recovered after a while. He said with difficulty, Nonsense. Didn't I tell you guys long ago? How is it? I said I wasn't bragging. No, I wasn't bragging. I believe it. Well, old Feng is an immortal, which means that we know an immortal. We're rich now, ha ha ha. Old Feng, let's make a deal. When you're free, take us to fly together. Seeing this, Hua Chang snorted lightly, turned around and left. Shi Qingxian held the Windmaster's fan and randomly responded to the jokes of the people around him. His face was red and white, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He raised his head as if he wanted to ask something, but he had already disappeared. At this time, in the darkness far away from the human formation, a new strange sound came. Squeak, 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 squeak. A sharp-eyed person said, What is that? A black mass of rats? And what's behind? People. Why are there gray-white people? They don't look like living people. Xiaolian said, What? It's corpse-eating rats and empty shell people. The monsters in Bronze Cauldron Mountain had also been teleported here. Those empty shell people walked over crookedly with stiff limbs. The corpse-eating rats that fed on human flesh rushed over like a black tide. It seemed that Junwu didn't care about anything else. He wanted to destroy the human formation at any cost and cause chaos in the human world. On the other side, Rainmaster said to Half Moon and the others, You guys look after General Pei. I'll go guard the formation. Pei Ming lay on the ground and spat out black smoke for a long time. When he heard this, he said, I'm fine, I'll go guard it. He wanted to struggle to get up, but he fell back down again. Even Pei Su couldn't stand it anymore and said, Forget it, General. You take care of your injuries. Let Rainmaster go. This was probably the first time Pei Ming lost face in front of a woman, and it was also the first time he was saved by a woman. He didn't know if it was because he was angry or because of his pride, but his face swelled up. Rainmaster ignored his opinion and smiled slightly. He said, General, you don't have to force yourself. He then rode away on the black bull. Pei Ming said, Rainmaster. At this time another hand climbed up and wrapped around his neck. A faint voice said, Pei Lang. Pei Ming was still struggling. When he heard this voice, he said unhappily, Why are you still here? Xianji had actually been here from the beginning. Half Moon brought her and Kuemo, who had been injured by Rongguang. Hearing Pei Ming's unfriendly tone, she suddenly became sinister. Why am I still here? I've always been here. Why are you looking at Rainmaster? You've fallen in love with someone else, haven't you? You want to chase after him, don't you? What's so good about her? I won't allow it. Pei Ming finally couldn't take it anymore. He pushed her away and said angrily, Xianji, why are you still thinking about these things at a time like this? It has nothing to do with falling in love with someone else. I haven't even spoken much with Rainmaster. This was the first time he had attacked Xianji. Xianji was thrown to the ground and was stunned. After a long time she said in disbelief, Pei Lang, I think of you because I love you. What's wrong with me? You've never been so fierce to me. Do you really hate me that much? Pei Ming used his sword to support himself up and said, I can't get through to you. Xianji didn't give up and said, Say it. You really don't want me anymore? I've done so much for you and become like this. Aren't you touched at all? Don't you feel guilty at all? Pei Ming said, Didn't I tell you a few hundred years ago? Xianji was suddenly at a loss. She didn't know what to do, but her hand still grabbed the back of his clothes tightly. She jumped on the ground with her broken legs and said, Pei Lang. Pei Lang, wait, why don't we talk? Seeing her like this, Although she knew that Pei Ming had abandoned her first and that this female ghost had killed countless people later on and had always wanted to kill them, she still looked a little pitiful. Pei Ming turned back to look at her. In the end he still said, "Xianji, you should wake up." Xianji said, "Wake up what?" Pei Ming said, "You became like this because of me, but most of it was because of your own choice. You can only move yourself by doing so much, and I'm a person with a heart of stone. If you love me, you might as well love yourself." He pulled back his clothes from Xianji's hands and left without looking back. On the other side of the human formation, Shi Qingxian didn't have much magic power left after using his fan. After a moment of panic, he could only let Rain Master and a few martial gods go out to resist. Who knew that at this moment, there were many chaotic sounds coming from all directions. This is the Imperial City, what a big house. What are you making a fuss about? It's not as big as the City Lord's house. That's right, it's not as beautiful as the City Lord's house. On the streets at the corners of the alleys beside the eaves, many strange heads popped out, and it was very lively. All of a sudden, the ghosts and demons of the ghost city all rushed out. In the human formation, Heaven's Eye and the others saw and couldn't help but shout, "What the hell is this? Go back. This is under the feet of the Emperor. How dare you come to the Imperial City to behave atrociously? You pig spirit, how dare you show yourself in front of me? Am I seeing things? That's a duck. A duck hitting a mouse." Immediately there was a series of smashing sounds. "Shut up, stinky Taoist. I gave you face but you don't want it. If it wasn't for the City Lord's order, who would want to come? Why aren't you kneeling down and thanking us?" The eyes of the black wave of corpse-eating rats glowed red. But the situation was different from what they imagined. As soon as they arrived, they saw a group of bigger ghosts and demons greeting them. They grabbed the forks and poked them with their claws hungrily. Their eyes glowed even more fiercely. "So many rats. Come, hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I haven't eaten a 2,000-year-old dish before. It must be very nutritious. Can you finish all of this?" The City Lord said that if we can't finish it, we can sell it. The group of corpse-eating rats saw that the situation wasn't good and retreated in fear. The empty shell man was tripped by the disorderly corpse-eating rats. The crisis was immediately resolved, and Xiaolian breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and said, "Thanks to San Lang." Hua Cheng smiled faintly and said, "They wanted to come, it's not my fault. Compared to this, brother, be careful." With the last two words his tone suddenly became serious. Xiaolian's gaze moved, and he saw that the demonic fire giant had a new movement. It put its hand to its waist, as if it wanted to pull something out. His heart tightened. Chapter 228. Just this form alone was already very difficult to deal with. There was one more sword. Wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Xiaolian had a bad premonition and shouted to the people below, "Everyone be careful." The ghosts were in full swing when they heard this. They all looked up and exclaimed, "What a big uncle! No xie daozhang. The City Lord seems to be having a lot of fun up there." Xiaolian said, "No, we're not playing." Before he could finish his sentence, the burning sword slashed down with an overwhelming murderous aura. The burning sharp sword slashed down with an earth-shattering murderous aura. He was secretly shocked by the sword energy and heat wave. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but he was secretly shocked by the sword energy and the heat wave. Now he was inwardly shocked by the sword energy and heat wave. That was great. He was simply unable to fight back. In this critical moment, he couldn't help but want to summon a few more martial gods to help. However, Quan Yijin was currently swimming in the black water with the bone dragon's dismembered corpse to heal. Lang Qianxiu was using one person to support the increasingly frenzied race in the human formation. For some reason, Fengxin Muqing hadn't been seen since he came down. Only Pei Ming was free, but he was also fighting the rats while puffing out smoke rings. He refused to lose to the Rainmaster no matter what, so he most likely couldn't be counted on. There was actually no one who could be used. At this time a voice said from the ground, "Wait, Your Highness. Your sword will be here soon." The one who shouted was the Imperial Tutor. Xiaolian rushed to the side of the jade platform and said, "What? Where is my sword?" The imperial tutor cupped his hands around his mouth and said, "Blood rain on flowers, open and shrink 1,000 miles. Drive to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The sword is here." Hua Cheng decisively threw out a die and said, "Open." Something rumbled in the pitch-black clouds in the sky. In a flash, Xiaolian slightly narrowed his eyes and looked up. There really was a sword. The statue jumped up with a long sword in its hand. Xiaolian clenched his hands into a seal. The giant stone statue also clenched the hilt of the sword in its hand and slashed at that immortal capital. The opponent immediately raised its sword to meet the attack. However, when the two swords collided, something unexpected happened. Xiaolian's sword directly cut through the giant flame sword. Amidst the earth-shattering sound of metal breaking, the demonic fire giant came to a stop. Suddenly it shattered into pieces. Then it rapidly fell to the ground. Xiaolian had never expected that this sword would be so strong that it could kill him in one strike. Looking at the sword in the giant stone statue's hand, he was completely stunned. It was extremely sharp as it circulated. What sword was this? Thinking about how Imperial Preceptor asked Hua Cheng to use Thousandly Shrink to Bronze Cauldron Mountain, he immediately understood. This was probably a sword forged from the bodies of those 3 mountain monsters. However, there was no time to think about it now. If this behemoth were to smash down, it would not be fun. Xiaolian immediately controlled the giant stone statue to fly down. He grabbed the large pile of rocks that were about to fall apart and changed his direction. He flew to the side for a distance and carefully picked a more remote place to land. Finally, the gigantic stone god statue sheathed the sword at its waist and stood still. It held the sword with one hand and held the 2 people in the palm of the other. It was as if it was holding a flower. Then, it smiled again and returned to the posture of a Corolla martial god. Not a single rock hit the ground. Everyone in the imperial city was unharmed. After a long while, everyone on the ground looked at each other in dismay and said, "Dun dun." Xiaolian and Hua Cheng also jumped down from the palm of the giant stone god statue and met up with everyone. Shi Qingxuan's cold sweat had long turned into hot sweat. He inserted the fan that had been broken again into his waist and limped over. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is everything all right? Is it settled?" A few of the other priests also came over. "Where's Di Jianwu? Your Highness the Crown Prince, did you defeat him? Is he dead?" Imperial Preceptor said, "How is that possible? Your Highness the Crown Prince. He won't be defeated so easily." Hua Cheng stretched out a hand to Xiaolian and said, "Brother, let's go up and find him." Xiaolian nodded and gave his hand to him. Hua Cheng gently pulled him up the ruins. The group of ghosts had already lost interest in the corpse-eating rats that had been beaten into a mess. They all jumped up and energetically shouted that they wanted to plunder the immortal capital. However, Hua Cheng said again, "Stay further away. Unrelated people and non-humans are not allowed to come near. Otherwise, if they really bumped into Junwu, they would just be sending themselves to death." Hearing this, the group of ghosts could only jump back and continue to guard below. However, in the former immortal capital that had been chopped into ruins, there was no trace of Junwu at all. Xiaolian and Hua Cheng first searched for around and then lifted the golden roof of the dilapidated Divine Martial Palace, but they didn't see anyone. At this time, Lang Qianqiu suddenly said to Pei Ming, "General Pei, I have something important to do. I'll have to trouble you to help me." Pei Ming didn't kill as many rats as the Rainmaster and was feeling sullen and depressed. He was inexplicably pulled over to help him. He rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Lang Qianqiu jumped onto the ruins and rummaged around. Finally, he lifted a collapsed roof and said, "Found it." When Xiaolian heard this, he went over and said, "Qianqiu, be careful." He thought that Lang Qianqiu had found Junwu, but who knew that what he found was a charred black object. It looked like an enormous curled-up insect shell, and there was even a small cough coming from inside. Xiaolian's heart tightened and he hurriedly helped Lang Qianqiu peel off this charred black shell to take a look. Surprisingly, a child had rolled out from inside. The child's body was curled up and he was holding his head. His entire body was red, as if he had been scalded. However, his life wasn't in danger and he was still coughing. After he rolled out, a glossy green ghost fire also stealthily floated out. Xiaolian said, "This is..." Lang Qianqiu grabbed the ghost fire, his eyes spitting fire as he said, "The heavens have eyes, allowing you Qi Rong to still be alive. You've still fallen into my hands." This time, Qi Rong could be considered to have truly become the Green Lantern wandering in the night. Thinking about it, when Junwu had shot out that flame, Qi Rong had protected Guzi. That was why this child hadn't been burned to death. Xiaolian couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, with Qi Rong's temperament, if he provoked the fire, he would first throw Guzi out to block the fire. However, Hua Chang could see what he was thinking and said, even if he threw that child out to block the fire, he wouldn't be able to block much. In an instant, he would be burned to ashes. Blocking and protecting to him doesn't make much of a difference. What he said made sense. However, that was still protecting. Qi Rong had been burned until all that was left was a glossy green ghost fire. Surprisingly, it hadn't dispersed yet. When Lang Qianqiu caught it red-handed, he was so frightened that he started screaming. Guzi, who had just been saved, immediately woke up. He hugged Lang Qianqiu's leg and said, "Gij, don't kill my father." Lang Qianqiu angrily said, "Let go. I'm warning you, even if you beg me, it's useless. I won't be lenient." After he finished speaking, he tightened his grip. Qi Rong was the enemy who exterminated his family, so Xiaolian couldn't intervene in this matter. However, he was afraid that Qi Rong would get angry and accidentally injure Guzi. Xiaolian wanted to go up and first pull Guzi away. Who knew that Guzi would once again throw himself at him and say, "Tattered Gij, hurry and save my father." Xiaolian said, "Guzi, that really isn't your father. Don't you know how he treats you?" However, Guzi said, "That's my father. My father used to not treat me well, but later on he treated me very well. He often gave me meat to eat, and even said that he would bring me to a beautiful big house to live in. He treats me very well. Tattered Gij, can you save him?" Qi Rong scolded, "Stupid son, don't beg him. This black-hearted snow lotus won't save your father. He can't wait for your father to die. He doesn't care about my life or death." Hua Chang glanced at him and said, "Are you worried that Lang Qianqiu won't be able to kill you, so you must let me participate?" Qi Rong was still very afraid of him. Once he heard him speak, his whole ghost fire shrunk. However, since he was going to die anyway, he decided to throw caution to the wind and said, "Dog Hua Chang, I'm not afraid of you. Xiaolian, don't think that I don't know. I treat you as a god, but you, what do you treat me as? You don't take me seriously at all. You despise me, think I'm a fool, think I'm crazy, think I'm sick, and look down on me. You've always looked down on me. What right do you have to look down on me? You can't even destroy a mere young and you trash. You..." Xiaolian only said one word. Although Hua Chang didn't move, he had a premonition and hurriedly pulled him back, saying, "Forget it, forget it." Hua Chang didn't even want to bother with a fake smile and snorted, "So what if I look down on you? Is there anything about you that people look up to from head to toe?" Qi Rong was indignant and exasperated as he said, "Tui tui tui. You guys look down on me, so what? I have a son." Qi Rong laughed wildly. "Although he's a cheap one, he's still better than a despicable coward like you. Don't even think about having one in another 800 years. He ha ha ha." Xiaolian and Hua Chang looked at each other speechlessly. Hua Chang didn't want to waste any more words with Qi Rong. He only raised his eyebrows at Xiaolian and mouthed, "That's not for sure." Xiaolian knew he was joking and smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, as he laughed, Qi Rong's laughter became softer and softer. The green willow, the wisp that was jumping up and down, was finally extinguished. Lang Qianqiu didn't know whether Qi Rong's ghost fire extinguished by itself, or was extinguished by him. He was stunned. Guzi was also stunned. He went up and pried open his fingers one by one. He didn't see anything, so he dug around in the charred remains on the ground. His hands were full of black ash, but he still didn't see any green light. He couldn't help but tug at the corner of Lang Qianqiu's clothes, asking, "Where's my father?" He asked Lang Qianqiu. Lang Qianqiu didn't know what to say and looked at Xiaolian. Xiaolian also didn't know what to say. He sighed and turned to leave. Behind him, Guzi kept asking questions. "Brother, where's my father? He's still here, right? He said he's already cultivated into..." The most powerful king of the 3 realms and won't die. He's still here, right? The annoying Qi Rong had finally disappeared. However, not only did Xiaolian not know what to say, he didn't even know what he was feeling at the moment. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, he really couldn't refute Qi Rong's words. Ever since he was young, he really didn't think much of this younger cousin of his. First he felt pity for Qi Rong. Later he felt helpless, a headache, and tried his best to ignore him. If he had to say that he disliked Qi Rong, it seemed that he really disliked him. Not just disliked him. He used to hate Qi Rong so much that he wanted to crush his ashes and scatter them across the Yangtze River. But after so long, after experiencing so many things, when he looked back at Qi Rong, other than annoyance, there was only tiredness left. It might even be that he disliked him, so it didn't matter anymore. No joy, no sorrow. After searching for a while, they found nothing. After descending the ruins, Shi Qingxian, who had been waiting on the ground for a long time, said, "Your Highness, how is it?" Xiaolian shook his head and said, "I didn't find him." "How can you not find him?" All the heavenly officials started discussing. Could he really be dead? Turned into ashes or something like that? If he's hidden, then that's too scary. Where can he hide? So many people are watching. Shi Qingxian looked around and said, "Your Highness, there's a question that I've been wanting to ask since just now. What about Nanyang and Shenzhen?" Really, everyone hadn't seen Feng Xian and Mu Qing for a while. All the heavenly officials started talking at once again. The 2 generals couldn't be like General Pei, locked in their own halls in Immortal Capital and unable to come out, right? Chapter 229. Xiaolian whispered to Hua Cheng, "I don't know what happened to Mu Qing." Feng Xian was looking for the sword orchid and the embryo spirit. Could it be that he did not leave with the other divine officials? If he had stayed in the Immortal Capital to search for her, he would have ended up encountering a series of disasters, floods, and fires, right? Or worse perhaps, both of them were in Junwu's hands. At this moment, the imperial tutor walked over. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Keep the change." If he was here, there was no need for him to hide. Although there were many people here, but there weren't many that he cared about. Since he wasn't here, he could only go somewhere else. Moreover, he wants you to follow him. Xiaolian understood. Bronze Cauldron Mountain? The Imperial Preceptor nodded and said, "I'm afraid he has already activated 1,000-mile shrinking. Except for the Immortal Capital. That's where he's the strongest." Shi Qingxian said, "Huh? Are you going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Go to such a scary place?" Xiaolian replied, "I've already been there once. Fortunately, it wasn't too terrifying. Maybe Feng Xian and the others are there too." The Imperial Preceptor said, "Don't let your guard down. If you go this time, what awaits you is definitely something different." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I'll go with you. It would be best if he could find a few reliable martial gods to help him. Don't let the injured ones go. Injured ones will only drag us down." This time Xiaolian was having a headache. Reliable martial god? Perhaps there were a few martial gods he could rely on. But there weren't many left now. Some fell, some were scorched, some were missing. Some children hugged their thighs and refused to let go, wailing loudly. Hua Cheng said, "There's no need to look for other helpers. They're all useless. My brother and I are enough." Imperial Advisor said, "It's definitely not enough." Pei Ming protested from afar, "Blood Rain Tanhua. Please don't use such a convincing tone to say, all of them are useless." Shi Qingxian laughed and said, "General Pei, you're already so scorched. You didn't kill as many rats as Lord Rainmaster. What's there to protest about?" He hadn't seen Pei Ming for a long time, and the moment he saw her, she still took pleasure in mocking him. Pei Ming couldn't do anything about it. She felt even more depressed. At this time, a voice suddenly said, "Wait, me too, I'll go too." Everyone separated to take a look, only to discover that the one who spoke was Mu Qing. At some point, he was standing at the back of the crowd. Seeing him come out, Xiaolian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mu Qing? When did you get here? Where did you go? I thought you were missing too." Mu Qing said, "I've always been here." Hua Cheng crossed his arms and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You've been here the whole time, but you didn't say anything and didn't do anything? Mu Qing said indifferently. I said I'll always be here. It's just that I didn't talk much and you guys didn't see me. However, there were several times when they were short of manpower but they couldn't find him. Even when they called for him, he didn't come out, so everyone thought that General Xianzhen had gone missing. Xiaolian was still hoping that Feng Xian would be in the crowd, but they didn't find him. After searching around, Feng Xian really wasn't there. He could only say, "All right. Are you coming with us to help? That's great, there's finally someone we can use." Thus Mu Qing walked up. Seeing him follow, the Imperial Preceptor and Hua Cheng's expressions were the same. Both of them had not been very fond of Mu Qing since a long time ago. Not to mention Hua Cheng. The Grand Tutor had not wanted to take Mu Qing as a disciple from the start. From the looks of it, it was obvious that rather than having a helper like Mu Qing, it was better to have no helper at all. Mu Qing wouldn't be unaware of their attitude, but after he went over, he still bowed to the Imperial Preceptor and said in a low voice, "Master." The Imperial Preceptor nodded and didn't say anything. After all, Mu Qing didn't do anything that was unacceptable. Since he wanted to help, there was no reason for him to go back. He said to Shi Qingxian, "The Crown Prince's statue is here. The vengeful spirits will still need a few days to purify. There are a few groups of people now, you should take a good look." Shi Qingxian also nodded. "Of course. But wait a minute, Senior, I've asked you a few times, can you answer me? Who exactly are you?" The Imperial Preceptor didn't answer. The few of them followed Hua Cheng to a large house at the side. Hua Cheng leisurely tossed a die and was about to open the door. Who knew, with a casual glance, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Xiaolian keenly sensed it and said, "What's wrong, Sanlang, can't you use 1,000-mile shrink?" Hua Cheng regained his senses, smiled slightly and said, "No. It's just that I rarely throw out such a result." He opened his palm towards Xiaolian. Xiaolian moved closer to take a look and was also stunned. On the pale palm there was only a lone die, and it was impressively a 1-point. When Hua Cheng made a move, it would always be 6 big red points. A 1-point number was really extremely rare. Xiaolian's heart faintly trembled and said, "What does this point mean? Did I accidentally miss?" Hua Cheng said, "According to past experience, it probably means that there is an extremely dangerous thing waiting for me ahead." Xiaolian's heart sank a little. The Imperial Preceptor said from behind, "Sai, how many times have I told you young people, gambling is not good, quit as soon as possible. Your Highness, look at what kind of bad habits he has picked up." It was a bad omen, but Hua Cheng's expression was normal. He put away the die and smiled. "Just look at this, the number doesn't matter. Whether it's dangerous or not, I have the final say." As he said this, he opened the door and said, "Let's go, brother." He turned around and was about to step through the door, but Xiaolian subconsciously raised his hand to grab him. He wanted to blurt out, "Don't go," but he didn't even need to think to know that it was impossible. Finally, he softly said, "Let's go. However, don't leave me. If anything happens, I will protect you." Hearing this, Hua Cheng was stunned. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled. "Okay. Brother, remember to protect me." Mu Qing watched from the side, not knowing if his eyes were filled with fear or disgust. As soon as Hua Cheng opened the door, a wave of heat hit his face, extinguishing the strange expression on his face. The volcano had erupted not long ago, and now the sky was filled with flying ash that had yet to disperse. The place that was originally covered in rocks and mountain forest was now on fire, as if it was a furnace from hell, a field of crimson red. Bronze Cauldron Mountain had already changed beyond recognition. Xiaolian and the others came out from a cave on a higher hillside. As soon as they came out, they almost choked on the mountain ash. "Is he really here?" Mu Qing said. "Near Bronze Cauldron." Xiaolian said. "The volcano erupted. I'm afraid there's no place to stay." But the State Preceptor said, "I know where he is. If that place hasn't been destroyed, follow me. You'll know when we get there." The few of them followed behind him and went down the hill. Hua Cheng walked in front of Xiaolian, and when there was a place where it was difficult to step on, he would first step on it. Then he turned around and reached out his hand to help Xiaolian down. Otherwise, Xiaolian would have already gone down the hill. From the highest point of the hill, He would have slipped and rolled down to the lowest point. Unexpectedly, he didn't miss, but someone else did. Mu Qing was at the back, and his foot didn't stay steady, causing his figure to sway. Xiaolian was the closest to him, so he quickly grabbed him and said, "Be careful." Mu Qing quivered slightly and seemed to come back to his senses. He said, "I know." Xiaolian let go of his hand, thinking that Mu Qing was indeed abnormal. He turned around and suddenly remembered something. He quickened his steps and came to Hua Cheng's side. In a low voice he asked, "That's right, Sanlang, when Feng Xian and Mu Qing were fighting at the top of the snowy mountain. Did you hear what they said? Why did they suddenly get angry?" When he mentioned this, Hua Cheng's expression turned cold. He said, "Oh, that. Those two people didn't choose their words carefully, and said some disrespectful words to Big Brother." "Ah," Xiaolian said, "what words?" Hua Cheng said, "Big Brother doesn't need to listen, it won't pollute your ears. We're coming down." The group of 4 had already descended the hill. After walking for a while, they were blocked by a river. What flowed in the river wasn't clear river water, but a crimson-red liquid. It was still bubbling. That was scorching hot lava. With this kind of heat, ordinary people wouldn't even need to fall in. As long as they got close, they would be burned to death. Fortunately, the 4 of them weren't ordinary people, so they were able to persevere until this point without their bones melting. The state preceptor continuously wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "It should be on the other side. However, this place used to be a moat. Now that it has become like this, there's no way to go over." Chapter 230. If that giant stone god statue was here, he could just take a few quick steps. But now it was left in the imperial city by Xiaolian to suppress the evil spirit. Those 3 mountain monsters had also turned into swords, so it was better not to come. Xiaolian said, "Sanlang, can the silver butterfly fly us over?" Hua Cheng said, "The magma is scorching hot. I'm afraid the silver butterfly will melt halfway across the river." Halfway across the river, falling from the sky, falling head first into the center of the magma flow, that wouldn't look good. Hua Cheng said again, "However, there's a ready-made passage." Everyone followed his gaze. After a while, Xiaolian said, "Why are there people in the magma?" It was absolutely true, he definitely didn't see wrong. Just now, in that instant, he saw a deathly pale hand emerge from the magma, reaching towards the sky. He looked again carefully. Mu Qing said, "There really is. And there's more than one?" There were at least hundreds or thousands of people. Many bodies and heads were floating on the surface of the river. Some were spinning by the flow of fire. Some were even swimming upstream against the current. Their bodies were all a strange white color. Their faces blurry, not living people. Xiaolian understood. It's those hollow people in Wuyong Imperial City, who were washed here by the magma. With their skills, they could use these hollow freaks as stepping stones. They would fly over and step over. It shouldn't be difficult. It's just that these undead were struggling in the scorching heat, and they would be stepped on again. It was quite miserable. But right now they couldn't care about this. Mu Qing took the lead and checked his position. After a few leaps, he crossed the moat and stood on the other side of the river. He turned around and looked in their direction. Xiaolian said to the state preceptor, "I'll send you over first." After all, the state preceptor wasn't a martial god, and he wasn't even a martial artist. He needed someone to carry him. He nodded and went forward. However, Hua Cheng said, "Brother, let me do it." Letting nature take its course, Xiaolian said, "Okay." Hua Cheng walked up and supported the state preceptor's arm like an old man, saying, "State preceptor, please. Pay attention to your feet." The state preceptor turned his head and saw that the person supporting him wasn't Xiaolian. He frowned and said, "Ah? Why are you here?" Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh. He coughed lightly and said, "Sanlang very sincerely said he wanted to help you up, so I let him do it for me." The state preceptor said, "Why are you being so solicitous for no reason?" Hua Cheng's face was full of smiles as he said, "There's no difference between me and my brother. Besides, I respect you very much. Of course, I wouldn't mind helping you out." The imperial preceptor was speechless for a moment before he said, "If you really respect me, then keep that fake smile on your face." "It's too fake." Hua Cheng immediately stopped smiling. "Oh, Without another word, he brought the Imperial Preceptor and moved to the other side of the river. His movements were strange and fast. Before the Imperial Preceptor could react, he was already standing beside Mu Qing. He was completely stunned. The empty shells that were stepped on by Hua Cheng's boots didn't even realize that they had been stepped on. When they looked up and saw nothing, they scratched their heads in confusion and continued to swim in the lava. The Imperial Preceptor finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Hua Cheng and evaluated. His skills are not bad. On the other side, Xie Lian thought, too strict. How can this kind of skill be called not bad? Shaking his head, he said, I'm going over too. Hua Cheng turned around and said, Brother, you stay over there first. I'll come over to pick you up. However, Xie Lian's actions were faster than his words. He had long since moved. Leaping up, he tapped on the stomach of an empty shell monster that was facing the sky. He felt the hard body under his feet sink slightly, but he had already leaped up again and tapped on the head of another empty shell monster in front of him. Just like that, after stepping on 5 or 6 monsters, he arrived at the center of the lava flow. Unexpectedly, just as Xie Lian was about to soar into the air again, his body suddenly sank and he almost lost his balance. Relying on his incomparably quick reaction, he steadied himself and looked down. The monster under his feet had actually reached out and grabbed his boots. Xie Lian thought to himself, oh no, it's coming again. His terrible luck had come again. The few people in front of him were all safe and sound when they crossed the river. But the moment he crossed, he encountered a monster that wasn't easy to deal with. That monster grabbed his right ankle and didn't let him get up. That empty shell monster was only able to float on the surface of the lava because it was hollow, but it still couldn't bear much weight. Scorching air rose up, steaming Xie Lian until his entire body was covered in sweat. A corner of his sleeve had actually caught on fire. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would either sink into the lava together with the stone he was stepping on, or his entire body would burn up. At this critical moment, Xie Lian was quick-witted. Wuxia flew out and pulled over the other empty shell monster that was 30 feet in front of him. His left foot stepped on that monster's back. In this way, the 2 stone shells shared his weight, increasing his buoyancy. For a while, he wouldn't be able to sink. Only then did Xie Lian pull out his maiden heart and cut off the arm that was grabbing his boots. Just as he was about to leap out again, a red shadow flashed to his side. Xie Lian said, San Lang? I'm already fine, you don't need to come over. From afar, Hua Cheng exploded the empty shell monster that was grabbing Xie Lian and said, Let's go ashore first. The 2 of them went ashore together. Xie Lian extinguished the fire on his sleeve and said, I'm sorry I made you worry. Hua Cheng said, It's my fault. I should have told you to wait for me to pick you up before going over. The State Preceptor said, All right, stop. His Highness isn't that delicate. Even if you don't go over, he can still handle it. What's there to pick? Let's go. This way. The few of them went ashore and walked for a while before arriving in front of the Wu Yong Imperial Palace. Half of the Imperial Palace was buried in the ground. After the few of them entered, the road was sloping, leading all the way to the depths of the underground. After leaving the ground, the scorching hot air gradually cooled down. The entire underground palace was empty. The slightest sound would produce a buzzing echo. The few of them ignited the flames in their palms, illuminating the surroundings. Although this imperial palace had been sealed for a long time, it could still be considered magnificent. The light from the flames reflected many dazzling golden patterns, richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. However, there wasn't a single person in sight. The atmosphere was lifeless, like a huge ancient tomb. The State Preceptor said, This is the place where His Highness the Crown Prince grew up. Mu Qing said, Is he really here? The State Preceptor said, What do you think? This is the place where his powers are the strongest. Everyone be careful. At this time, Xie Lian suddenly discovered something. At Hua Cheng's waist, the silver eyeball on the hilt of the misfortune blade was madly spinning, abnormally anxious. However, Hua Cheng's expression was cold, completely ignoring it. Xie Lian couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Only then did the misfortune blade slightly calm down. Hua Cheng slightly lowered his head and saw that Xie Lian's hand was still on the hilt of the blade. He faintly smiled and was about to open his mouth. At this moment, a giggle came from the corner of the main hall. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, crafty and cunning, as if harboring bad intentions. When Xiaolian heard it, the hairs on his back immediately stood up. Moreover, he had heard this voice before. It was the voice of the fetus. Mu Qing shouted, "Over there!" A flame shot out, illuminating the area above them. At the corner of the high ceiling of the palace, there was a glistening white thing stuck to it like a gecko. It was the fetus. Its long bright red tongue licked his back as if it was tickling him. Seeing the flame fly over, it mischievously laughed and vomited something that looked like vomit at Mu Qing. Mu Qing dodged it with a disgusted expression. The state preceptor looked at the sticky thing on the ground, then looked at the fetus on top. He found it hard to accept and said, "Is this really that brat Feng Xian's son?" Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Wait. Wrong. You called him wrong, right?" When the fetus heard its name, it paused for a moment and turned around to look at him. Xiaolian said, Wrong. We came to find your father. Do you know where he is?" When the fetus heard your father, it sneered and used all 4 of its legs to crawl away. Xiaolian said, Wrong. Quickly find it. Everyone burned the flame even higher and searched all around. Suddenly Mu Qing said, "This way." Xiaolian asked, "Which way?" Mu Qing pointed at a path and said, "I just saw it enter this place." The path he pointed at led to the side of a palace. It was a long and gloomy corridor. Even if they didn't know where the end was, they knew it definitely wouldn't lead to a good place. Hua Cheng suddenly said, "You really saw it enter this place?" Mu Qing probably felt that he was being targeted and said with a bit of disgust, "What benefit would I get from lying to you guys?" Hua Cheng let out a ha. Although he didn't carry any emotion, he wasn't too friendly either. The state preceptor said, "What are you arguing about at this time? If you see any suspicious places, don't let them go. It's fine if you go in and take a look." That long corridor was extremely narrow. Originally it was definitely wider, but it seemed to have been squeezed. Now only one person could pass through. Mu Qing was probably the first to enter, probably because he was angry at the suspicion in Hua Cheng's words. Naturally, Hua Cheng walked in front of Xiaolian to open the path. However, Xiaolian discovered that the eyeball of misfortune on his waist had begun to spin wildly. His heart stirred and he immediately pulled Hua Cheng behind him. Hua Cheng asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, "I said I would protect you. Stand behind me." In a flash, Hua Cheng laughed softly. The 4 of them entered the long corridor. The deeper they walked, the more uncomfortable Xiaolian felt. When it came to dangerous things, his intuition was extremely accurate. The thing that made him uncomfortable came from the front. Xiaolian said, "State Preceptor, do you remember where this path leads to? Why is it that the more I walk, the more I feel that there's something very heavy? Murderous aura." Moreover, it wasn't a living murderous aura, but an icy cold murderous aura. The deeper they went, the more tense his mind became. However, the state preceptor didn't answer him. Xiaolian's heart thumped and he raised his voice to ask, "State Preceptor?" There was still no answer. Xiaolian suddenly turned his head to look. He didn't know when, but there was actually no one behind him anymore. The reason why he didn't notice was because the lights released by Hua Cheng and the state preceptor were still floating in the air, faintly following him and illuminating the path ahead for their masters who had already disappeared. Mu Qing also turned his head. When he saw it, he was shocked. "Where's Blood Rain Tanhua?" Without another word, Xiaolian turned around and walked back. Mu Qing grabbed him and said, "What are you doing? We're almost there. Furthermore, do you really think he'll go back?" Xiaolian said, "He won't." It was precisely because Hua Cheng absolutely wouldn't go back by himself without saying a word that it was terrifying. Xiaolian suddenly remembered that Hua Cheng had left something on his body. He hurriedly raised his hand to take a look. He saw that the red line on the 3rd finger was still there. It was still as bright as before, indicating that Hua Cheng was fine. Only then did Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of the dot that Hua Cheng had thrown out before coming over, his eyebrows jumped even more violently. Mu Qing then said, "Even if you go back now, you most likely won't be able to find it. It's better to continue walking forward and see what's inside. Otherwise, if you go back and find nothing, wouldn't you have to come back again? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Xiaoyan was about to speak when he suddenly held his breath and said, "Should listen, what's that sound?" Mu Qing also attentively listened. That was the sound of a man's low breathing. It was coming from ahead. The two of them were extremely vigilant. Both of them secretly gripped their weapons and walked forward. They finally walked out of the long corridor and arrived inside a palace hall. Mu Qing carefully fumbled around inside the palace hall. Xiaoyan flicked his finger and a small flame faintly flew forward. In an instant, it illuminated the figure of a person lying on the ground. As soon as he saw that person's back, Xiaoyan recognized him. He walked over and said, "Feng Xian?" He turned him over and sure enough it was Feng Xian. His body was covered in burns and sword wounds, but his life shouldn't be in danger. Xiaoyan carefully patted him for a while before he slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he cursed a few times. When he saw that the person in front of him was Xiaoyan, he immediately stopped cursing. "Your Highness? Why are you here?" Xiaoyan sighed and said, "Why don't you first tell me where this place is?" Feng Xian sat up and looked around before asking, "Where is this place?" Sure enough, Feng Xian didn't know either. He asked in vain. Xiaoyan shook his head and extended his hand. "Get up first. Now that I've found you, I need to find San Lang." Feng Xian asked, "Did you say Blood Rain Tanhua? What happened to him? Isn't he beside you?" Xiaoyan said, "It's like this. Let's go together." Before he finished speaking, Feng Xian suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait. Who's that person behind you?" Xiaoyan turned around and saw a black silhouette immersed in the shadows. Motionless, Xiaoyan said, "That's Mu Qing. What's wrong?" Chapter 231. In the darkness, that figure took a step forward, finally exposed under the light of the fire. Mu Qing's expression was gloomy, but he didn't speak. Feng Xian grabbed Xiaoyan and said, "Previously in Immortal Capital, I was looking for someone when someone suddenly hit me from behind. Otherwise, how could I have fainted?" Xiaoyan's thoughts raced. He blinked his eyes. "Was he the one who hit you?" Feng Xian resolutely and decisively said, "I can't be wrong. It was him." "Xiaoyan, after he hit you, you immediately fainted?" Feng Xian, "More or less. In short, Your Highness, be careful. Either you don't go near him, or you quickly catch him." Mu Qing couldn't help but say, "Let you." Xiaoyan hurriedly said, "Wait. Feng Xian, there's a problem. Since he sneak attacked you from behind, you immediately fainted. Then how did you know that the person who hit you from behind was Mu Qing?" Feng Xian didn't expect him to ask this question and froze for a moment. Mu Qing immediately seized this moment and snorted. At that time, Immortal Capital was in such a chaotic state. It wouldn't be strange if someone accidentally knocked you out. Yet, you just had to throw the blame on me. Can't you admit that you saw wrongly? Feng Xian grabbed Xiaoyan and stood up. In a deep voice he said, "No. It was definitely you." Mu Qing said, "What makes you say that?" Feng Xian said word by word, "It's because at that time Immortal Capital was on fire. There were flames everywhere, and the ground reflected the shadow of the person behind me. Although I didn't have time to turn my head, when I fell, I saw the shadow's figure and moves. That was your shadow." Xiaoyan attentively listened to the confrontation between the two people. Mu Qing still didn't show weakness. "In the end, you still didn't see it with your own eyes. It's normal for things like shadows to be distorted. How can you determine that it was me based on a shadow? I almost fainted. What could I see clearly?" Feng Xian said, "You know very well that I can't determine it. Your Highness as well." Xiaoyan indeed knew. No matter what, the three of them grew up together and cultivated together. They couldn't be more familiar with each other's figures and moves. Even if they didn't see each other's faces, they were 80% sure. Feng Xian said again, "Your Highness, did you come together? Did he do anything suspicious on the way?" Xiaoyan, to be honest, Mu Qing had been too suspicious and restless the entire time. But in this situation, Xiaoyan couldn't say it in front of Mu Qing. Feng Xian said again, "No." Now that he thought about it, he was suspicious from the moment he arrived. With his personality, why would he risk his life with you? Is this still Mu Qing? Mu Qing's expression darkened. Don't be so absolute. Giving birth to a son doesn't seem like something you would do, but didn't you still give birth to one? Xiaolian had a bad premonition that this direction wasn't good. He hurriedly said, "All right, stop quarreling. If you keep quarreling, I'll pick up a dragon and calm down." Mu Qing continued, "Besides, if I was the one who knocked you out, why would I waste so much effort to lure them here?" Feng Xian also said, "Because you didn't expect me to recognize you even though you attacked me from behind. Moreover, I don't know what kind of damn place this is. You might not have lured His Highness and the others here to find me. Did the blood rain Tanhua get separated from you on the way?" Mu Qing said, "You want to say that I'm a fake and deliberately lured His Highness and the others here to fall into a dangerous trap? I'm sorry, His Highness the Crown Prince and the blood rain Tanhua were traveling with me. If I was a fake, there's no way they wouldn't have discovered me." Xiaolian said, "That's true. However, that was also Mu Qing on the way. But after entering the underground Wuyong Imperial Palace, could Mu Qing have been swapped while they weren't paying attention? This couldn't be guaranteed." Mu Qing sized up Feng Xian and said, "Your Highness, I think it's better for you to stay away from him. After all, he was lying here the moment we arrived. The blood rain Tanhua also disappeared. If he suddenly woke up and provoked us, wouldn't that make him look even more like a fake? Bai Wuxiang had once disguised as these two people, so it wouldn't be strange for him to do it again." Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "How about this? You guys say something that only the three of us know and verify it?" Mu Qing said, "What is it?" Xiaolian thought for a moment and casually said, "On the top of the snowy mountain, what did you two shout?" After he finished speaking, the two people's faces froze. Xiaolian folded his hands in his sleeves and said, "If the two of you can't match, then it means that one of you isn't the original one. Let's first confirm your identity, then we can talk about other things." The two people looked at each other in dismay and didn't say anything. This made Xiaolian, who originally wasn't very curious about what they were talking about behind his back, become curious. After a while, Feng Xian also didn't directly answer. Instead he said, "You guys are mistaken. I don't suspect that he's a fake." Mu Qing narrowed his eyes. "So what you mean is?" Feng Xian bluntly said, "From the beginning, I felt that he was the real Mu Qing. He originally didn't like seeing us, so it wouldn't be strange for him to do anything." Mu Qing's hands clenched into fists. His knuckles crackled as he backhanded a palm. Feng Xian was injured and barely managed to avoid it. The two of them started fighting. Although Xiaolian had long since expected this, he still felt a headache coming on. He said, "Calm down. How about we just pick up a dragon?" As soon as they started fighting, Xiaolian felt the murderous aura around them become even heavier. Several balls of flames flew around randomly, illuminating the entire room. Only then did Xiaolian clearly see that the walls and shelves in all directions were densely packed with all kinds of swords, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons. The air was dense and cold. As it turned out, this place was an armory. No wonder there was an icy cold murderous aura all around them. Xiaolian himself had once had an armory like this. He was extremely fond of it and would often linger inside, forgetting to leave. However, this armory made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so he didn't want to stay any longer. But for the time being, he didn't know which of these two people he should believe. He also didn't know which one he should help. To tell the truth, both of them were extremely suspicious. In the end, Xiaolian could only say, "Wuxia. I'll first tie them up and talk later." Wuxia, who had been waiting for a long time, finally had a chance to show off. Unexpectedly, before the white silk even came out, Xiaolian suddenly felt another wave of coldness spreading from behind him. He immediately changed the direction of his attack. Grabbing Wuxia, he swung it backwards. As soon as he felt the white silk wrap around something, Xiaolian grabbed Wuxia and fiercely pulled, but he couldn't move it. His heart sank, and in the next moment, he was instead pulled by Wuxia from the other end. His back firmly crashed into someone's embrace, and there was also an icy cold hard thing that pinched his waist. Xiaolian. Although his body didn't look very sturdy, his strength was still very astonishing. Unless the other party was a colossus, How could they have pulled him over so easily? Xiaolian was just about to backhand and punch when he felt a hand wrap around his waist. A voice from above said, "Gidge, it's me." Xiaolian said, "San Lang?" Sure enough, when he looked down, he saw that the hand that was wrapping around his waist was wearing a silver wristband carved with maple leaves, butterflies, and fierce beasts. When he turned his head again, he saw that the person who caught him was a tall and slender person dressed in red. The person was calm and composed, and a silver scimitar hung from his waist. That thing that had pinched his waist just now was most likely the hilt of this scimitar. Flower City. Xiaolian immediately understood. It turned out that just now, it was Wuxia who had taken the initiative to drag him over to Flower City. He was basically fighting 1 against 2, so of course he was instantly pulled over. He steadied himself and silently picked up Wuxia. He said to it, "You're too much of a traitor." At this moment, Wuxia knew that it was pretending to be dead, so it didn't move an inch. Xiaolian also didn't want to talk about it, so he tossed it aside and said, "San Lang, what happened just now? Weren't you always behind me? Where's Shifu?" Huacheng said, "This place is very strange." Halfway through, the front and back roads were all sealed off. We encountered something a bit troublesome, so it took a bit of time to resolve. If even Huacheng said it was a bit troublesome, then it seemed that it really was troublesome. Xiaolian faintly felt uneasy in his heart. He asked, "Are you alright?" Huacheng said, "Of course I'm alright. However, the state preceptor's whereabouts are unknown, so we might have to continue deeper. By the way, what are those two fighting about? It's so noisy." Xiaolian said, "Oh, they..." At the side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing finally noticed this side. Mu Qing immediately shouted, "Hey! You be careful. Don't casually get close to people who suddenly appeared." The two of them temporarily stopped fighting. Feng Xian also said, "Your Highness, don't pounce on him when you see him." Xiaolian immediately defended himself. "What? What do you mean pounce on him when I see him? I didn't pounce on him, it's Wuxia's problem." At this point he suddenly realized why they were so nervous. Since Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both suspected of being swapped, then didn't that mean Huacheng was also the same? The one standing in front of them, was it really Huacheng himself? Huacheng raised an eyebrow and said, "So right now you guys are doubting my authenticity, right?" Xiaolian propped up his elbow with one hand and propped up his cheek with the other. He began to seriously observe him. Huacheng noticed his gaze and turned around to stare at him. Xiaolian couldn't continue observing him. After pondering for a while, he came to a conclusion and said to the two people, "I think this is real." Mu Qing unhappily said, "You think isn't necessarily correct. Don't forget where this is. This is by Wuxiang's old nest. It wouldn't be strange for anything to appear here. You should think of a way to test it out yourself." Huacheng smiled and said, "Well, this is too simple. Brother, come here. I'll tell you a good method. You'll be able to determine it immediately." Xiaolian listened to him and modestly asked, "What good method?" Mu Qing said, "Don't just do whatever he says, okay? Right now, he's the one who's doubtful of my authenticity." Huacheng said, "Read the first half of my psychic password to me, and I'll read the second half to you. Then you'll know if I'm real or not." The two people whispered a few words in each other's ears. Xiaolian turned around and lightly coughed. Then he said to the two people, This is real." Only then did Feng Xian look slightly less tense. Mu Qing doubtfully asked, "Are you sure? Don't just look at his face and make him confused." Xiaolian said, "I've already said this is real. There's no doubt about it. Everything you guys do makes it sound like I'm very..." Huacheng said, "Alright, it's settled. Speaking of which, brother, what exactly were the two of them fighting about?" Xiaolian explained a few words to him. Using his hand to support his forehead, he said, "That's it. To be honest, I don't know who's more suspicious." However, Huacheng said, "Do you still need to ask? Of course he's more suspicious." The direction he was pointing at was Mu Qing. Mu Qing unhappily said, "Even if you guys are making slanderous accusations, you should have a bottom line, right? Don't push the blame onto me every time something happens." Huacheng said, "Alright. Then let me ask you a question. What's that thing on your wrist?" Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression immediately changed. He quickly retreated, but Feng Xian's eyes and hands were fast. Grabbing onto him, he asked, "Wrist?" On his wrist there was a cursed shackle. Mu Qing pushed Feng Xian's hand away. The veins on his forehead bulged as he glared at him. When Xiaolian saw that thing, he put down his crossed arms. Stunned, he asked Mu Qing, "What's on your hand?" Mu Qing's expression sank and he didn't say anything. Hua Cheng said, "I suggest you honestly answer the following questions. Why did Junwu summon you to the Divine Martial Palace? What did he say to you? Why did you receive better treatment than the other heavenly officials and could return unscathed? And why did you act out of character and take the initiative to come to Bronze Furnace Mountain to save someone? What's up with this thing on your hand? Why did you lure us here?" Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Mu Qing took a step back and immediately said, "Wait. Don't attack first. Listen to me first." Hua Cheng spread his hands and said, "Please, speak." Feng Xian said, "Tell me first, did you hit me?" After pausing for a moment, Mu Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Maybe it was me. But it's not what you think." Chapter 232. Mu Qing sucked in a deep breath. He admitted, "Indeed, Feng Xian was injured by me." Feng Xian was furious. "I knew it was definitely you," Mu Qing said to Xiaolian. "But that was because Immortal Capital was finished. At that time, all the heavenly officials were thinking of ways to escape, but he still stayed there and refused to leave. When I told him to leave, he wouldn't listen. If he stayed any longer, he would sooner or later be burned to death by the karmic flames. That's why I planned to knock him out and then throw him to you." Xiaolian said, "But you didn't hand him to me. Feng Xian went missing. Yet he appeared here." Mu Qing said, "Because an accident happened along the way." "What accident?" Mu Qing said, "That was the fetus spirit. It suddenly attacked me from behind and bit me non-stop. It didn't let me bring him along. I didn't have time to pull him up. Immortal Capital began to disintegrate and reorganize, so Feng Xian followed the ground below him. He didn't know where he was moved. If what he said was true, then it meant that Mu Qing originally wanted to do a good deed. However, he accidentally poked a hole and tricked Feng Xian. It was very awkward." Xiaolian said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Feng Xian also said, "You really didn't want me to be burned to death in Immortal Capital? You just knocked me out and threw me there?" Mu Qing's expression stiffened. He said to Xiaolian, "The fetus spirit was squatting on his chest. Later, that female ghost, Jianlan, also came. I expected that she would wake Feng Xian up or move him away so that she wouldn't watch him burn to death." Xiaolian also understood. He took the initiative to come out and save him, probably because he had a guilty conscience. After all, he was the one who knocked Feng Xian out and lost him. Out of responsibility, he naturally had to do something. No wonder he was uneasy the whole way. He was probably also nervous about whether Feng Xian would die or not. However, this explanation was very hard to believe. Feng Xian grabbed his hair crazily. "You really did this? Don't you know that I'm looking for someone? If you didn't knock him out, I might have found him." Mu Qing calmly said, "That fetus spirit is Bai Wuxiang's subordinate. Bai Wuxiang won't harm them. And since they didn't want to go with you, you would just be wasting your time by staying there. Even if you shouted 1,000 times, it would be useless. You might as well leave the Immortal Capital first to save your life, and then look for them when you have the chance in the future. Did you have to rush to that kind of critical moment to come here and try to find them? I just made the best judgment under the circumstances." Feng Xian wasn't as calm as he was. "Benefits my ass. You can only say such things when they're not your family members. Wait, so you're saying that you wanted to save me and let me leave?" However, Hua Cheng said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Answer my question. What did Junwu say to you?" Mu Qing shut her mouth and hesitated for a moment. Hua Cheng stared at him and asked, "Are you taking orders from him now?" Mu Qing immediately said, "There is absolutely no such thing." Hua Cheng said, "Then please explain this curse." After arguing for so long, Mu Qing's mouth was a little dry. After a while, she said in a hoarse voice, "If I tell you, you may not believe me." Feng Xian said, "When I asked you just now, you denied it. Now that you admit it, of course it's hard to believe." Mu Qing said sullenly, why don't I admit it? If I told you what happened just now, you definitely wouldn't have believed me either. You would still have the same attitude. Who would admit it? Once you admit it, you won't be able to defend yourself. It's better not to admit it. Besides, although it was fortunate that Feng Xian was fine, this matter was still quite embarrassing. With his temperament, it was normal that he didn't want to admit it. Xiaolian listened patiently and said, let him finish first. Mu Qing glanced at Xiaolian. After a while, he said with difficulty, this is because he wanted me to harm His Highness. I refused, so when he said this, even he felt awkward and couldn't continue. Hua Chang said, so in a fit of anger, he put a curse on you? Mu Qing didn't say anything. Feng Xian said, nothing else. Hua Chang didn't have any special expression on his face. He said, honestly, do you believe what you said? Mu Qing seemed to have been greatly humiliated. She said coldly, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. There was a misunderstanding about me knocking out Feng Xian, but I didn't take orders from anyone. Feng Xian said, Mu Qing, you better tell the truth. Mu Qing saw his expression and her knuckles cracked. She said, what I said is the truth. What do you want to hear? I surrendered, so you want me to harm you, right? I am such a person in your heart, right? Crown Prince. He looked at Xiaolian, his gaze agitated. Xiaolian stared at him for a long time, thinking. He was about to speak when Hua Chang crossed his arms and blocked him. He met Mu Qing's gaze and said lightly, you don't have to look at His Highness like that. After all, you have a precedent. Mu Qing said, I didn't ask you. What precedent? Hua Chang smiled. What precedent? Did you succeed in your cultivation in the blessed land you snatched from His Highness? His smile was cold, and his tone was even more unkind. Mu Qing was stunned. Her face paled and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You. He knew that he wasn't very kind when he fought with Xiaolian for the blessed land. Therefore, he was most afraid that people would dig it up and poke at it. Although Hua Cheng's tone was smiling, it was unconsciously aggressive. Mu Qing was shocked, but so was Xiaolian. He was shocked because how did Hua Cheng know about this? Xiaolian and Feng Xian weren't gossipy people. They never liked to talk behind people's backs or spread rumors. Although Mu Qing's departure at that time was a huge blow to them, they never complained to anyone. As for snatching the blessed land, Xiaolian didn't want to mention it again. He didn't mention it to anyone, and he believed that Feng Xian was the same. Those 30 or so heavenly officials naturally wouldn't take the initiative to tell others whose blessed land they snatched. They would either keep their mouths shut about it or dress it up and distort it. Therefore, Xiaolian didn't hear about this at all. Since that was the case, how did Hua Cheng find out? Although he had planted many spies in the heavenly court, this matter was really too early. It was more than 800 years ago, and most of the people involved didn't mention it. How could such an old debt be found out? Mu Qing said, how did you know? Who told you? He looked at Feng Xian, then at Xiaolian. In the end, he still looked at Xiaolian. Hua Cheng sneered, you don't have to look at His Highness. His Highness never told me these things. This is what you shouted at the top of the snowy mountain. Have you forgotten? Mu Qing's face turned even paler. Xiaolian's doubts were slightly resolved, and he couldn't help but sweat slightly. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were always digging up each other's dirty accounts and exposing each other's past. They would definitely tie a pile of old debts to each other like gunpowder and throw it at each other. No wonder Hua Cheng was so angry at that time. However, he faintly felt that something wasn't so simple. Because Xiaolian remembered something else. The red clothes burned the Wenwu temple. Hua Cheng became famous in one battle. He defeated 33 heavenly officials and burned all of their temples in the human world. Xiaolian had long forgotten how many heavenly officials there were who fought over the blessed land with him. He couldn't even remember their names, appearances, and what they said. He only vaguely remembered that there were about 30 of them. Then, how many were there exactly? Could they be the 30-odd heavenly officials? If that was the case, didn't that mean that Flower City had known about this for a long time? After a while, Mu Qing reluctantly said, that time was that time, this time is this time. In short, I never thought. While they were arguing, Xiaolian's leg suddenly flew out and he shouted, careful! Mu Qing was caught off guard and was kicked down. With two whooshing sounds, two cold lights brushed past his head and nailed him to the wall. Mu Qing jumped up and patted away the shoe prints on his chest. He said, "Did you do that on purpose? Did you make the first move?" Xiaolian hurriedly said, Sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose." If it had been on purpose, Mu Qing would most likely have already smashed a human-shaped hole in the wall. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw two sharp swords nailed to the wall. The blades were still trembling. Feng Xian shouted, "Who?" Xiaolian said, "No one. They moved on their own." Ding ding dang dang, clang clang clang. Murderous aura rose from all directions. Those weapons hanging on the wall became restless and trembled crazily, shaking the entire room until it was shaking. Xiaolian said, "Quickly get out." Who knew that when he ran to the original exit, Feng Xian would say, "Why are you running there? There's no way out. Where's the door? This room shouldn't be without a door, right? How do we get out?" Xiaolian said, "Originally there was a door. But it's gone. What's wrong with these weapons? Why are they suddenly filled with murderous aura?" Hua Chong caught a long sword flying towards him between two fingers. He didn't use much strength, but that sword broke into 9 pieces and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. He said, "It's been too long since someone used it, so it's lonely. I felt someone come in and wanted to kill, that's all." The others subconsciously turned their heads to look at Mu Qing. Mu Qing immediately said, "It's not my fault." Hua Chong said, "But you were the one who led us here." Mu Qing said, "I only pointed the way because I saw the fetal spirit." Hua Chong said, "Only you saw it." Mu Qing was speechless and clenched his fist. Feng Xian said, "What should we do now? Can't these weapons calm down?" Before Hua Chong could answer, Xiaolian suddenly remembered that he had dealt with similar demons and ghosts in the past. He muttered, "They can. But they have to be allowed to kill." Feng Xian said, "But we can't get out of this place right now. Only the 4 of us are locked in here, so how can we kill? What can we kill?" Xiaolian was about to speak when Hua Chong suddenly said, 3. Feng Xian asked, "What 3? Hua Chong said, "I'm just correcting you. There are only 3 people locked in here." Xiaolian suddenly turned his head. Sure enough, in the armory, the 4th person, Mu Qing, had suddenly disappeared. It was absolutely true. The place where Mu Qing had been standing was now empty. Feng Xian was stunned. How can this be? He was standing here just now. Hua Chong wasn't surprised. After all, he had already encountered this kind of thing before. He said, "This is Bai Wuxiang's territory. Everyone listens to his orders and is unscrupulous. Naturally, he can take away whoever he wants." Previously, Feng Xian was 80% convinced and 20% doubtful. His tit-for-tat words towards Mu Qing were mostly out of anger. But now he didn't know what to say. After a while he said, "Your Highness Mu Qing, he couldn't have really?" Xiaolian immediately said, "Let's not talk about this for now. These weapons are going to riot. Let's think of a way to calm them down first. Otherwise, we'll be chopped into minced meat." As he spoke, he pulled out Feng Xian from his back. However, Hua Chong suddenly pressed down on his hand. Xiaolian was stunned. He raised his head and saw Hua Chong staring at him, one of his eyes faintly showing the color of blood. Chapter 233. Xiaolian was startled. "I didn't want to do anything?" Hua Chong asked. "Then why are you holding the sword?" Xiaolian replied, To defend myself?" Hua Cheng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He tightened his grip and said, "How do you want to defend yourself? Put the sword down." This was the first time Hua Chong used this kind of expression and tone to speak to Xiaolian. Xiaolian was completely stunned. Feng Xian vigilantly said, "What right do you have to make him put the sword down? Put him down first." A battle axe flew towards him. Xiaolian quickly raised his sword and slashed it away. He said, "How do I defend myself?" "Just like this." Only then did Hua Cheng's expression and tone soften. But he still didn't let go of him. "You don't need to defend yourself. Just stand behind me. Put the sword down." Feng Xian kicked his bow from the ground and picked it up. Holding it with both hands, he raised the bow and used it as a sword. He knocked away a meteor hammer. She became even more suspicious. Why are you grabbing him like that? Are you really him? Your Highness, besides you. Is there anyone else who knows the Blood Rain Searching Flowers password? You can't be the only one who knows his password, right? After his reminder, Xiaolian suddenly remembered. They weren't the only ones who knew about Hua Cheng's psychic password. There was a third person who heard it. Junwu. In Xianlu Palace. He had asked Xiaolian to communicate with Hua Cheng right in front of him, so he had clearly heard it. However, Xiaolian still felt that the person in front of him was definitely Hua Cheng. But he seemed to have suddenly thought of something bad. That's why he had this kind of attitude. After pondering for a moment, Xiaolian said, "Okay." He put away his maiden heart. In the next moment, a silver light flashed. The scimitar was unsheathed. Once misfortune came out, the entire armory was instantly filled with silver light. Sparks flew continuously and the sound of metal and stone breaking rang out. Xiaolian and Feng Xian were surrounded by this cold and murderous aura. Motionless. After 10 sounds, Hua Cheng turned around and sheathed his scimitar. Xiaolian's gaze moved from him to the ground. He saw that the hundreds of weapons had all been smashed into powder by misfortune. Xiaolian squatted on the ground and picked up 2 sword fragments. He felt a bit of regret in his heart. These are rare swords. At this time, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, there seems to be another door." Xiaolian put down the fragment, stood up and said, "So that's how it is. We have to get rid of these weapons before we can leave." Originally, the door could only be opened by seeing blood and killing. But Hua Cheng had used brute force to open it. Just as he thought of this, Hua Cheng pulled him out. Seeing the murderous look on his face, Feng Xian asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Xiaolian replied, "Of course it's to find the state preceptor and Mu Qing." Hua Cheng calmly said, "If Mu Qing has really thrown his lot in with Junwu, then we'll take his dog life first." The 3 of them left the armory. After walking for a while, Xiaolian hesitated for a moment before asking Sanlang, "Did you think I was going to stab myself with a sword?" Hua Cheng did not reply. His expression was still extremely ugly. Xiaolian replied, "I won't." Hua Cheng glanced at him and asked, "Is that so?" Xiaolian felt a little guilty under his gaze. To be honest, if it was in the past, the situation might have been resolved just like that. But now it would no longer be the case. Xiaolian replied, "Yes. I've promised you. Moreover, there are so many swords, spears, swords, and halberds. If every one of them stabs me, wouldn't I be stabbed into meat paste? Ha 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 ha." At this point he couldn't laugh anymore. Because, after he said the word stab, Hua Cheng suddenly stared at him. That gaze was indescribable to Xiaolian. It made him unable to say a single word. After a short while, Hua Cheng suddenly reached out and forcefully pulled him into his embrace. Feng Xian, who was walking at the back, was shocked. "What the fuck? I'm still here?" Xiaolian blinked and patted Hua Cheng's back. "What's wrong?" Hua Cheng whispered, "Your Highness, don't laugh like that." He tightly hugged Xiaolian and said, "It's not funny. Really? It's not funny at all." Xiaolian thought of how Hua Cheng's expression had turned ugly when he picked up the corpse-poisoned skeleton on the ground. Xiaolian felt apologetic in his heart and said, "I'm sorry. I won't play this kind of joke with you anymore. Originally, I just wanted you not to worry. I didn't expect it to have the opposite effect." Feng Xian seemed to be frightened by this atmosphere. After being at a loss for a while, he said, "I also don't want it?" Since he's so serious. Hua Cheng finally let go of Xiaolian and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Without the state preceptor leading the way, the 3 of them had no choice but to continue deeper into the imperial palace. But not long after, Xiaolian sensed the strangeness in the air. He said, "Don't you guys feel like it's getting hotter?" When their group had just entered the underground imperial palace, it was chilly. But after walking for a while, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly expand and become much hotter. Feng Xian seemed to have the same feeling, but when he turned his head he was slightly startled. Raising a finger, he said, "Your Highness, look behind us. There seems to be light." Just as he said, there was light behind them that was slowly approaching. An unknown source of light had appeared in the pitch-black underground. This situation was rather strange. Was someone coming? When the light revealed its true appearance, Xiaolian finally discovered that the underground air had become hotter. It wasn't an illusion. That suffocating heat was brought about by this light. The crimson gold flame stream bubbled as it crawled down the slope towards the three of them. The lava outside had flowed into the underground imperial palace along the river. Just as Xiaolian was thinking this wasn't good, he suddenly sensed someone dashing past behind him. With a flip of his hand, he whipped out his silk and said, "Wait a moment. Ask for directions." That person narrowly avoided it. His figure paused and everyone turned around. With the help of the flames brought by the nearby lava, they could clearly see his face. Feng Exine shouted, "Mu Qing! You brat, stop!" How could Mu Qing possibly stop? Without another word, he broke into a run. Just as the three of them were about to give chase, the ground violently trembled. That pure gold lava suddenly rushed over in a menacing manner, flooding the river within the imperial palace. Its speed greatly increased as it rushed towards the three of them. The three of them were about to be forced into a corner. However, Xiaolian had already encountered this problem before entering, so this time, the difficulty was just slightly higher. He said, "Feng Exine, there are many hollow monsters in the lava. They can float, so step on them to prevent them from sinking." After he finished speaking, he aimed at a hollow person who was struggling to paddle his arm in the lava and leaped up. As soon as he landed, Xiaolian's heart was filled with joy. These few hollow people seemed to be especially large. When he stepped on them, they actually only slightly sank, but they were still able to float on the surface of the lava without sinking. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they could practically be used as a light boat. Feng Exine also aimed at one and leaped up. Raising his bow, he said to that hollow person, "Swim properly, don't sink." That hollow person was threatened with a weapon, so sure enough, he didn't dare to be negligent and put in even more effort. However, Hua Cheng only crossed his arms and lowered his head to look at his feet. That hollow person then obediently didn't dare to cause trouble and swam with all his might. Xiaolian put his hands together and sincerely negotiated with that hollow person. "Give me a ride, please give me a ride. I'll burn incense for you later." "You don't want incense, right? Whatever offerings you want, just say it." That hollow person was obviously extremely dissatisfied. From time to time, it would wave its arms in an attempt to drive him off. Unfortunately, Xiaolian was like a sticky candy. Even if it rolled around, it still couldn't shake him off. Needless to say, the hardest one to deal with had once again been picked by Xiaolian. The three of them controlled the monsters to go with the flow, as if they were surfing against the wind. The further down they went, the steeper the slope became and the faster they went. From time to time, they had to avoid the protruding obstacles in the lava flow. After a while, they finally caught up with Mu Qing in front. Feng Exine said, "Mu Qing, why are you running?" Mu Qing also stepped on a hollow person as a kickboard. He turned around and said, "If I don't run, am I going to wait for you guys to surround me?" Feng Exine had a bow but no arrows in his hands. He could only shout through the air, "Don't surround me. First, tell me clearly how you suddenly disappeared from the armory." Mu Qing turned around and sneered, "You guys." Before he finished speaking, Xiaolian saw the scene in front of him clearly. His pupils shrank rapidly and he shouted, "In front of you." Mu Qing turned around and only then did he realize that the road in front of him had come to an abrupt end. This place should have originally been an underground fault. The drop was extremely large, at least 100 feet high, like a huge cliff. He didn't expect that this kind of terrain would suddenly appear. In addition, the further down they went, the faster the lava flowed. By the time he reacted, he was already caught off guard and flew out. Mu Qing's figure and the hollow person under his feet disappeared in an instant. And on this side, the three people were about to rush to the edge of that cliff at an unstoppable speed. At the moment of imminent peril, Wuxia flew backwards. He wrapped a few strings around the corner of a distant palace and tied a knot. Xiaolian grabbed Wuxia with one hand and Hua Cheng with the other. He then threw the other end of Wuxia to Feng Exine and said, "Catch." Using the silk as a knot, the three people were barely able to stabilize themselves. At this time, they were no more than 20 feet away from that cliff. If they were a step slower, they would have fallen down. It could be said that they had reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff. Only, the lava continued to surge down from above. Xiaoyan said again, "Withdraw." Wuxia rapidly shortened and brought the three people into that palace. Not long after, the three people jumped onto the roof of the palace. This palace was relatively large, so the roof could be considered spacious. Using stone as a foundation, it didn't fear the erosion of the lava. Arriving here, they could temporarily relax. Slightly calming down, Feng Xian looked at that empty cliff and stared blankly for a while. He said in disbelief, "Mu Qing fell down?" Xiaoyan barely managed to steady his wildly beating heart. Gasping for breath, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said, "No." Standing at the furthest corner of this palace's roof and sticking out their bodies, they could see that there was a long sword nailed into the rocks at the edge of the cliff, and a pair of hands were tightly gripping the hilt of this long sword. That pair of hands was a face that was trying its best to grit its teeth and was filled with blood. At this moment, Mu Qing was in a terrifying position parallel to the waterfall-like lava that was pouring down. Beads of fire splashed in front of him. It really was like fire was burning one's eyebrows. If it wasn't for the layer of protective spiritual light around his body that blocked most of the heat, he would have long been burned beyond recognition and his head would have been covered in flames. But this protective spiritual light also wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If his whole body fell into the pool of lava, his bones would similarly turn into qi. This scene made one's heart jump. Feng Xian said, "What should we do? Your Highness, can that white silk of yours reach him?" Xiaoyan had already tried. Retrieving Wuxia, he swatted away the flames on its body and said, "No. This distance is too far. Wuxia will catch fire in midair." Mu Qing's clothes were also ignited with many small flames. The hilt of the sword was scalding hot, but he still held it tightly. He didn't dare to let go and didn't dare to look down. Once he let go, there was a pool of raging flames waiting for him below. There were also the faint echoes of countless hungry and thirsty souls, as if calling out to the people hanging in the air, struggling on their deathbed, to hurry up and go down to accompany them. Mu Qing firmly held onto the hilt of the sword, his pale forehead covered in sweat. Seeing the three people in the distance, his lips moved as if he wanted to call for help. But with his personality, it was very difficult for him to shout out words like, "Help me" or "Help me." Moreover, regardless of whether Huacheng was skilled or not, he most likely wouldn't save him. Feng Xian was also hard to say. The only one left who was willing to save him, had the ability to save him, and could influence the other two people was Xiaoyan. Finally, his body struggled with all his might, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding. He shouted towards Xiaoyan, "Your Highness." Xiaoyan was in the middle of quickly observing the surroundings. Mu Qing held his breath for a long time. Holding his breath, he shouted with a red face, "Believe me. Your Highness, you know I'm not lying, right? You know I won't really harm you, right?" He asked Xiaoyan with such hope, as if he was holding on to the last life-saving straw. But it made Xiaoyan suddenly think of another scene. Many years ago at dusk, he had also asked Mu Qing this question with such hope. "You know I'm not lying, right?" At that time, how did Mu Qing answer him? He hadn't thought about these things for hundreds of years. But Mu Qing's question suddenly pulled them out from the corner that had been covered in dust for a long time. Countless scenes and voices flashed through his mind. Only then did Xiaoyan realize that these memories were actually so clear. It turned out that he had never forgotten them. Mu Qing didn't wait for his reply. In Xiaoyan's abnormal silence, he seemed to slowly remember the same scene, and his expression gradually changed. It seemed that he also understood that he had shouted the wrong words just now. Unintentionally, he reminded Xiaoyan of something that he shouldn't have reminded him of at this moment. At this time, Huacheng said softly behind Xiaoyan, "Brother, before you make a decision, I want to remind you of a few things." Xiaoyan came back to his senses and said, "What?" Huacheng said, "First, unless the magma stops flowing, if you go to save him, you will definitely be risking your life." But who knew when the magma would stop flowing? The hilt of the sword was already red from the heat. Mu Qing's hands wouldn't be able to hold it for long. How could he hold it until then? Xiaoyan was silent. Huacheng continued, "Second, if Mu Qing has already surrendered to Junwu will definitely have a way to move him away from here. But you will be in danger. And the possibility of this is very high. Think about his actions on the way here. Knocking Feng Xian unconscious, luring them into the armory, refusing to admit that he had knocked Feng Xian unconscious, then suddenly disappearing after the armory erupted. Then when the magma flowed backwards, he led them all the way here. Chapter 234. Xiaolian was silent for a long time. The hilt of the long saber was burning red. Mu Qing let out a loud shout. He let go of one hand and hung for a while with the other. He didn't dare to hold on for too long and grabbed again. But his palms were already emitting white smoke. Although he was far away, he was still able to see the smoke. The others also seemed to have smelled the smell of burnt meat. Hua Chang casually released a silver butterfly. The silver butterfly flapped its wings. After flying for a few dozen feet, it was not even a third of the distance to Mu Qing. He turned into a wisp of silver vapor. He vanished into thin air. Xiaolian knew that he was showing off. The necromancer butterfly could not help either. A dead end was not worth risking one's life to try. Mu Qing also saw the process of the silver butterfly disappearing. His expression gradually became one of despair. He understood. Now, firstly, no one had the ability to save him. Secondly, no one believed him, especially when he had been struck by lightning in every possible way. Xiaolian wouldn't risk his life to help him. However, although he was in despair, he was still unwilling to give up. Mu Qing gritted his teeth and shouted, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I won't fall down just like that." As he spoke, he exerted more strength in his hands, as if he wanted to spin in the air and stand on the hilt. Unexpectedly, his body had just risen a few inches when he suddenly sank back down. Mu Qing looked down, and his eyes reflected the countless wraiths that had been melted into blood red. Their twisted faces and limbs were stuck to his legs and body, pulling him down. These vengeful spirits were originally dissolved in the flowing magma, but they suddenly emerged and hung on his lower body one after another. They were incomparably heavy and scalding hot, like adding oil to a fire and adding snow to snow. Mu Qing was about to go crazy. Scram! In the past few hundred years, it was not that he had never been on the verge of death, but that was because he'd suffered heavy injuries, and dying in the lava was 1,000 times more terrifying than dying from injuries. When he thought about how he was going to transform into a strand of smoke and vanish without a trace like the lifeless necro butterfly, he was utterly unable to accept it. Finally, Mu Qing's hands reached their limit. His fingers loosened slightly, and he could no longer hold on. There was nothing under the knife. He had fallen. A figure fell towards the blazing inferno pond below. Ah! However, even though he cried out miserably, after his body fell for a distance, he suddenly stopped in midair and hung in midair. Mu Qing was still in a state of shock. Half of his scalp was numb, but his instincts were still there. He quickly touched his body. It turned out that a piece of white silk was wrapped around his waist. It was naturally Wuxia. However, the palace Xiaolian resided in wasn't close to the cliff he fell from. Wuxia couldn't even reach over before, so how could he pull him back after he fell for a while? Mu Qing looked up and was surprised to find that Xiaolian was not on the roof of the palace at all. He was right above him. Previously, Mu Qing had nailed the long saber into the rock and held on to the hilt for a while. Xiaolian was currently kneeling on the hilt of the saber. Xiaolian hurriedly retracted Wuxia while looking down. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Good, I made it in time." Mu Qing murmured. "Crown Prince?" That moment just now had been too exciting, so much so that his brain was still a bit muddled. Such a long distance, with nothing but rolling lava in the middle and no other footholds. Xiaolian could at most jump halfway, so how did he get here? In the distance, Feng Xian's voice came over. "Your Highness, are you guys all right?" Mu Qing looked towards the direction of the voice. On the roof of the palace, only Hua Chang and Feng Xian stood. Hua Chang crossed his arms and stared at them, as if he was confirming Xiaolian's safety. He didn't care about anything else. And in the middle of the line between the palace and where he fell from the cliff, a pitch-black longsword stood coldly in the incessantly flowing scarlet lava. Maiden Heart. So that's how it was. Mu Qing finally understood how Xiaolian got here. With Xiaolian's jumping ability, He could at most jump halfway. He couldn't directly jump from the safe roof of the palace to where he fell to save him. Therefore Xiaolian first threw out the maiden heart and placed the sword in the middle of the lava, using it as a foothold. Then, using the maiden heart as a starting point, he jumped onto Feng Xian's sword. At the moment of imminent peril, he threw out Wuxia, barely managing to catch him. Xiaolian said, "Just now I was trying to think of a way. There really wasn't anything useful here, so I spent some time. You were too impatient. Don't act recklessly. If you act recklessly, you'll fall even faster." Mu Qing originally thought Xiaolian's silence was because he was hesitating on whether or not to save him. However, it turned out he was actually thinking about how to save him. Fortunately, the situation just now was so critical, yet Xiaolian could still think calmly. The beads of sweat on his forehead became even denser. Raising his head, Xiaolian extended a hand towards him. Beaming, he said in short, "Although it was a bit late, this hand isn't too late, right?" He didn't know if it was because he had held onto the hilt for too long, but Mu Qing unexpectedly felt his arm become incomparably heavy, unable to lift it up. Xiaolian once again extended his hand downwards and said, "Get up." Mu Qing finally grabbed onto his hand. His entire arm was faintly trembling. Xiaolian exerted strength and pulled him up. Together, the two of them stood on the hilt of Mu Qing's long sword. Xiaolian turned around and waved towards the rooftop. "San Lang, success." Hua Cheng said, "All right, Gij, come back now immediately." Xiaolian replied, "All right, I'll come back immediately." He then turned his head to ask Mu Qing, "Can you still jump? If you can't, how about I carry you?" Mu Qing's lips moved before he said, "I." Xiaolian observed his expression and decisively said, "I'll carry you." As he said this, he grabbed onto Xiaolian's back. In the past, Mu Qing probably would have secretly rolled his eyes and told him not to grab onto him like this. It was disrespectful, but now he couldn't say anything. Just as Xiaolian was about to jump up, who knew that right at this moment, the two of them simultaneously felt their feet sway. Unfortunately, the long sword that had been nailed into the rock didn't loosen earlier or later. Instead, it just had to loosen now. Hua Cheng's expression abruptly changed as he shouted, "Gij!" This time it was two figures that fell towards the crimson pool of fire. Even when this kind of fire was burning his buttocks, Xiaolian was still able to rapidly think. He said, "I'm fine." He flipped a few times in midair before grabbing onto the longsword in the air. Using both hands, he once again nailed the longsword into the rock. With a dang sound, beads of fire splashed out, extremely dazzling. Outside of Xiaolian's protective spiritual aura, these fire particles were like fragmented golden sand. However, if this layer of protective spiritual aura disappeared, even a speck of fire would be able to burn a hole through a living person. Wuxia lifted Mu Qing up. Xiaolian solemnly said to him, "This longsword can't bear the weight of two grown men for too long. Can't go on like this. Between the two of us, only one can stay here." Mu Qing slightly regained his senses and said, "You mean?" Xiaolian said, "You don't need to stay." "Oh." Mu Qing's pupils slightly contracted. Before he could open his mouth, Xiaolian had already grabbed him and forcefully tossed him upwards. He shouted, "Watch carefully." After Mu Qing was tossed over the cliff, he discovered that he was flying towards the place where Fragrant Heart stood. Calming his mind, he flipped in the air and landed on the hilt of Fragrant Heart's sword. Only now did he understand why Xiaolian had tossed him up first. Because, at this distance, perhaps Xiaolian could directly jump over from the hilt of the longsword that had moved several meters downwards. However, he couldn't. For him, this distance was too far. He had borrowed the force of Xiaolian's throw to be able to come up. Feng Xian wiped off his cold sweat and said, "Fortunately, Your Highness reacted quickly." Hua Cheng's expression was solemn as he looked down and said, "Gij, if you still didn't come back, I would have directly gone down to find you." His tone carried a hint of warning. Xiaolian hurriedly said, "I'm coming up right now. The situation isn't too bad, it can't be considered difficult to deal with. I can jump over by myself, so don't come down." Only then did Hua Cheng's expression soften a bit. However, he still didn't take his eyes off Xiaolian. Feng Xian looked at him and couldn't help but say, It's quite unexpected. Hua Cheng didn't even turn his head. Without the slightest bit of curiosity, he said, "What?" Feng Xian scratched his head and said, "I thought that you had a lot of opinions about Mu Qing and felt that he wasn't worth saving. You would oppose His Highness saving him and not let him go." Only then did Hua Cheng glance at him and say, "Half wrong, half right?" "Ah," Hua Cheng said, "the first part of your sentence is correct. I indeed feel that he isn't worth saving. What he does has nothing to do with me." Looking at his indifferent expression, Feng Xian blushed with shame. "You're too direct." Furthermore, when he thought about the possibility that this person also had the same attitude towards him, he felt even more ashamed. Hua Cheng sneered. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, His Highness's choice is up to him alone. I will never oppose it." Feng Xian had never heard such words before. Men didn't even have such feelings towards women, let alone men. He only felt that if Xiaolian heard this, he would definitely be in trouble again. Not knowing what kind of expression he should show, he could only say, "Ah, that's how it is." Hua Cheng turned his head and stared at Xiaolian, who was observing his surroundings amidst the flames and thinking of countermeasures. He faintly smiled and said, "Moreover, I already knew that he would do that." On the other side, Xiaolian said, "Mu Qing, hurry up and go up to the roof. Don't run anymore. If there's anything, we can talk about it later." Only then did Mu Qing react. If he didn't leave his heart, Xiaolian wouldn't have a place to take his next step. Forcing himself to think calmly, he prepared to return to the roof. Unexpectedly, just as he stood up, Xiaolian suddenly shouted from below, "Who is it?" Xiaolian stood on the blade, silently gathering strength. Suddenly, the flame waterfall behind him parted, and a pair of hands reached out from the waterfall and grabbed him. That thing had clearly come out from the flame waterfall, yet those hands were terrifyingly cold. Xiaolian shivered and heard Hua Cheng say from above, "Your Highness." That pair of hands tightly hugged Xiaolian, bringing him down from the blade. Xiaolian's face was filled with shock. Meanwhile, the people above clearly saw what was grabbing him from behind. That person was dressed in white, and his face wore a half-crying, half-smiling mask. It looked like he was happy and sad at the same time. By Wuxiang, Wuxia sensed danger and spontaneously flew upwards, leaping past Mu Qing's eyes. Mu Qing subconsciously grabbed onto it, but the force coming from the other end of the white silk was too great. Not only did he fail to grab onto it, but it also dragged him down. Xiaolian rapidly descended amidst the madly flying sparks. He heard that thing laugh next to his ear. "Ha ha. Naive. Too naive, Xianlu. Did you think that it would be so easy to get the best of both worlds?" Below him was a scorching heat wave, yet in his heart, he felt his blood run cold. Between the two heavens of ice and fire, Xiaolian raised his head and looked up. Above him, amidst the flames and light that filled the dome, he unexpectedly saw a faintly discernible red shadow approaching. Hua Cheng had also jumped down. Chapter 236. At this moment at the same time, the three of them felt a scorching wave coming from below. They shouted in unison, "Be careful," and sped up. 7 to 8 pillars of fire soared into the sky. Looking down, even more lava-vengeful spirits had gathered. Xiaolian said, "Feng Xian, give Mu Qing to me." Without another word, Feng Xian threw Mu Qing to Xiaolian, who was on his back. Mu Qing said, "Quickly kill them. So annoying." Feng Xian said, "I don't need you to say more." He drew his bow and shot a chain of arrows. The attack range of his weapon was much greater than Xiaolian and Feng Xian's attacks. The explosion sent the scarlet waves flying high into the air, and screams could be heard continuously. Xiaolian said, "Beautifully done." On his back, Mu Qing said, "It's all right." The vengeful spirits were filled with resentment and disgust for a while. He swam further ahead. They worked together to breathe fire upward. After a few rumbling sounds, Xiaolian said, "The bridge in front of us has been burnt down by them. They want to cut off our path." Feng Xian cursed, "Fuck me. Of all the things they could have done, why did they have to harm others? I don't think you can come out of the magma in another 8,000 years." He raised his bow. The lava wraiths dispersed. Xiaolian said, "Stop scolding and get ready." He was going to jump. 1, 2, 3. The first step was to accumulate energy to accelerate, and the second step was to calculate the number of steps. 3 figures leaped into the air and leaped over the gap in the bridge. He landed on the opposite side. He continued to run. The bridge was meant to be used to pass through the sky, so it was only natural that the slope of the bridge would gradually rise. But the more Xiaolian ran, the lighter his body became. It's been a long time since the 3 of us did this. Mu Qing said. Do you mean to fight side by side like this, or to run for our lives together? Xiaolian replied, both. Feng Exan. This happens all the time. Xiaolian, is that so? However, there were some things that one's state of mind would be completely different when spoken about and not spoken about. Xiaolian laughed out loud. His eyes were constantly looking all around, but he didn't see a single red shadow. He couldn't help but feel a little impatient as he called out, San Lang. His voice reverberated in the spacious underground cave, but no one answered. Xiaolian licked his dry lips. Behind him, Mu Qing saw him looking around. After a moment of silence he said, Your Highness, do you really like him? Xiaolian didn't expect him to suddenly ask this question. Although he had a blank expression on his face, his ears were slowly turning red. Seeing his expression, Mu Qing was speechless. After hesitating for a moment he said, I didn't mean to scare you, but I have to remind you. Have you ever thought that? Maybe only the 2 of us were sent to the bridge and blood rain probing flower wasn't? Feng Exan replied, Isn't that obvious? Since there are only the 2 of you here, he must have been sent somewhere else. Only after saying that did he realize what Mu Qing meant. He wasn't saying that Hua Chang had been teleported somewhere else. Instead, he was saying that perhaps Hua Chang had fallen into the lava pool. Xiaolian licked his lips and said, How is this possible? Mu Qing said, Don't think it's impossible. Bloodrain Tanhua was indeed a desperate ghost king. But so was Bai Wuxiang. Furthermore, he was the first desperate ghost king. The master of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. This is his territory. His home ground with the strongest magic power. Feng Exan glared at Mu Qing and scolded, Shut up. What's wrong with you? Can't you say something nice at this time? He's Bloodrain Tanhua. As expected, Mu Qing didn't say anything. But he still tried to explain, I just feel that we have to think about what to do in case of such a situation. In Xiaolian's mind, the abnormally bright red in Hua Cheng's pale palm appeared. He didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. Feng Exan almost bumped into him. What's wrong? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he didn't need to ask anymore. In front of him in the air, there were thousands of silver lights flashing like stars. It was as if someone in the sky had knocked over a treasure box filled with silver powder. Xiaolian put Mu Qing down and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched a slightly larger silver light in the air. Once he touched it, he held it in his hand and slowly brought it to his eyes. The other 2 also went forward to take a look. Feng Exan said, This is, Mu Qing directly said, a fragment of the necromancy butterfly? Feng Exan glared at him angrily, probably because he felt that he was being too direct. Xiaolian's hand trembled slightly. He held the fragment of the butterfly's wing that was emitting a faint silver light and let out a breath. Feng Exan scratched his head and said, Think on the bright side. At least he didn't really fall into the magma pool. He must have been here before, right? Mu Qing pointed to the side and said, Then he fought with someone here. What a big fight. Xiaolian looked in the direction he was pointing and widened his eyes slightly. The rocks in all directions were covered with countless terrifying sword marks. Those were fatal sword marks. Every blade cut into the bone. It wasn't that Xiaolian hadn't seen Hua Chang use a sword before, but his style had always been relaxed and indifferent. Rather than saying he was using a weapon, it was more like he was playing with a knife. These sword marks were filled with killing intent. One could well imagine how formidable his opponent was and how dangerous this battle was. He didn't say a word and just crouched down to take a look. There weren't any signs of falling on the bridge, and there weren't any resentful spirits gathered below the bridge. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He got up and ran forward. Behind him, Feng Exine carried Mu Qing on his back and chased after him. Your Highness! Xiaolian held his breath. That was because he didn't want to hear the sound of his rapid and unsteady breathing. Disorderly breathing was a big taboo for martial artists. Not only would it increase the burden on the body, it would also disturb the rhythm of one's heart. However, holding his breath was useless. His hands and feet were trembling. As he ran, he even sprained his ankle and almost fell down the bridge. Feng Exine and Mu Qing both shouted and told him to be careful. Suddenly Xiaolian said, "What's that sound?" Xiaolian stopped again and turned his head. Did you guys hear it? Is there some kind of sound? Feng Exine and Mu Qing both said yes. Yes. It was the sound of weapons clashing and the bombardment of mana. The body of the heavenly bridge was faintly trembling. In the darkness ahead, there was light flashing and flickering. There were people fighting in front of him. Xiaolian tumbled and crawled forward. Behind him, Feng Exine muttered, "Fuck me. May all the gods and Buddhas bless us. I hope it's not Blood Rain Tanhua. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll go crazy." Mu Qing said, "Less nonsense. Even if all the gods and Buddhas bless us, we won't be able to protect ourselves. Hurry up and catch up. Look at how he's stumbling as he runs. Don't let him fall on his face before he even sees anyone." Xiaolian forgot to hold his breath. Just like that, he listened to his own disorderly breathing as he ran for 5 or 6 kilometers. He made a few huge turns. Finally, after he made the last turn, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the end of the floating heavenly bridge, a red-clothed person and a white-clothed person were engaged in a fierce battle. The red-clothed person held a slender silver-colored scimitar in his hand. His figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing like lightning. It was Hua Cheng. He wasn't smiling anymore. Instead, he was completely focused. His expression was bitingly cold. On his handsome and pale cheeks, there was a bright red blood stain. Amidst the bitingly cold, it added a bit of brilliance. The white-clothed person was naturally by Wuxia. In his hand was a long sword that he had obtained from an unknown place. His face was still half crying, half smiling, sorrowful. However, that mask was a little different from the one Xiaolian had seen before. It was split open in the middle. That crack was extremely large. It couldn't be ignored. It split from the center of his forehead all the way to his cheeks. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The movement techniques of the two people moved away immediately. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Their attacks had the force of 1,000 caddies, piercing through the heavens. Sword chi and saber winds danced wildly. The dead spirit butterflies above and the lava wraiths below were also in a stalemate. They screamed at each other, and it was as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Every time they exchanged blows, the lava pool would explode into raging waves several zhang high. The others couldn't get close at all. Feng Exine and Mu Qing followed behind. They were so shocked by this scene that their feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move a single step. No martial god would be able to watch such a battle scene without their hearts skipping a beat. Once he saw that Hua Cheng was safe and sound, Xiaolian's heart that had been hanging high finally fell to the ground. He simply wanted to lie down on the ground and scream, but he forced himself to endure. When experts exchanged blows, victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. Moreover, this was a battle between two impassable ghost kings of the present age. Far behind by Wuxiang stood a figure. It was the imperial advisor. He was naturally brought here by Wuxiang. Seeing that Xiaolian and the others had arrived, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to rashly make a sound. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng had already noticed the people who had arrived. His frost-like cold and focused expression slowly melted away. Finally he smiled and said, "It seems like you failed again. His Highness is here. The people he brought with him are all present." Xiaolian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "San Lang?" Hua Cheng tilted his head slightly and replied, "Older brother." After replying, his tone turned into a warning as he said, "Older brother, the next time you make yourself fall down, I'll be angry." Xiaolian also said, "The next time you jump down, I'll be even angrier." Hearing this, Hua Cheng's expression froze for a moment. It seemed that Xiaolian's words had truly caused him to feel fear. Moreover, when he faced Bai Wuxiang, he didn't reveal this kind of fear. Bai Wuxiang took advantage of the situation and advanced. The one he hit was Hua Cheng, but his words were directed at Xiaolian. Xianlu, aren't the two of you being too complacent? Are you looking down on me too much? Chapter 237. That was the sound of a weapon breaking. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw that the scimitar in Hua Cheng's hand was unscathed. The long sword that Bai Wuxiang was holding was blocked by Hua Cheng's backhand, but it was broken in two. The eyes on the hilt of the misfortune blade looked at Xiaolian and kept rolling around. As if it had performed in front of Xiaolian, its heart was filled with joy. Hua Cheng laughed and said calmly, "It's fine. Brother doesn't have to worry." He asked Bai Wuxiang, "Why should I care about you?" Bai Wuxiang snorted. The imperial tutor couldn't hold it in anymore, afraid that he would anger his opponent. He said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Who knew Hua Cheng's next sentence was even more unbridled. Holding the saber in one hand, showing off his ability facing Bai Wuxiang, he smiled and said, "After all, when all's said and done, you're just a rotten old man full of jealousy." Not only did the imperial tutor not even have the strength to reprimand him for his fake smile, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both stupefied. This person was too daring. Who would dare to say this in front of either Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang? However, they had to admit only Hua Cheng dared to say this. Because perhaps only after he said this, Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang still couldn't do anything to him. Mu Qing came down and took a few steps. He muttered, "No wonder in the past, when it came to the blood rain Tanhua, Jun Wu always said to avoid it if possible and not to face it." At this moment, a white shadow flashed and blocked in front of the misfortune blade. Xiaolian's eyes were sharp and saw the thing clearly. He said, "Sanlang, don't cut that." It was the fetus spirit. He saw it clearly, so did Hua Cheng. The tip of the saber tilted and retracted freely, changing from a slash to a flick, sending the white thing flying away. Feng Xian's pupils shrank in an instant. Seeing that the fetus spirit wasn't cut in half, he came back to his senses and said, "Come over quickly." The direction in which the fetus spirit was sent flying by Hua Cheng was heading towards him. Feng Xian went forward to pick it up. There weren't many strands of hair on its head to begin with, and when he shouted, it all stood up. Its throat gurgled and it bit wildly, refusing to let him pick it up. Feng Xian couldn't help but say angrily, "Fuck? You stick to him whenever you see him and bite whenever you see me. Who exactly is your father?" Mu Qing suddenly said, "Have you ever treated him as your son? Did you ever call him by his name properly?" Hearing this, Feng Xian was stunned and said, On the other side, Xiaolian couldn't just watch the battle without moving. He hurriedly said, "You two be careful, I'll go up and take a look." Mu Qing whispered, "Be careful. Don't forget you still have two." Xiaolian was slightly startled. He subconsciously touched his neck and felt the cursed shackle. But for some reason, he felt that Bai Wuxiang would not use the curse to threaten him. Without another word, he rushed forward and saw that the red and white figures were fighting fiercely. After observing for a moment, he judged that it would be difficult for him to rashly join the battle. Ruoxi waved his hand and pulled the imperial preceptor over, saying, "Master, are you all right?" The imperial tutor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "I'm fine." Xiaolian asked, "Why are you sweating so much if you're fine?" The imperial preceptor said, "Isn't it because I was scared by that blood rain Tanhua?" At this time he heard Feng Xian and Mu Qing cry out in alarm. Xiaolian raised his head and looked over, only to see Bai Wuxiang's hand slightly drooping. One of his arms had already been injured. He turned his palm over and looked at the blood all over it. He sighed and smiled. "It's been many years since someone could injure me to this degree." Xiaolian had a bad premonition and said, "Master, is he angry?" The imperial preceptor could be said to be the person who understood Bai Wuxiang the most in this world. He said, "No, it's worse than him being angry. He's happy." Pausing, Bai Wuxiang turned towards Hua Cheng and asked with interest, "That scimitar of yours, was it refined from that eye you lost?" Hua Cheng clearly had no interest in answering, but Xiaolian's heart suddenly jumped. From the first time he saw misfortune, he knew that this scimitar was definitely not ordinary. He also had a 60% guess that it might have been refined from Hua Cheng's lost eye. Bai Wuxiang's tone was so certain. Could it really be so? The Imperial Preceptor's brows slightly furrowed. After a moment he suddenly said, I remember. Xiaolian asked, remember what? The Imperial Preceptor said, I remember. I heard them talk about something before. A few hundred years ago, a malicious ghost came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Mu Qing said, the number of malicious ghosts that came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain was at least several tens of thousands. The Imperial Preceptor said, don't interrupt. That malicious ghost became a ghost for a very short period of time. It was very young, and when it came it was about to vanish into thin air. But for some reason it persisted and floated here. For some reason Xiaolian's heart was beating wildly. He said, vanish into thin air? Why? The Imperial Preceptor said, it seemed to be heavily injured, and its soul was almost scattered. Its consciousness wasn't very clear either. But as it floated around, it kept repeating that it wouldn't leave, it wouldn't leave. Maybe it was because it had an unfulfilled wish. In short, that year when Bronze Cauldron Mountain was opened, an accident happened. When Xiaolian heard it wouldn't leave, his heart inexplicably softened. He then asked, what accident? He had just entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain at that time. He hadn't reached the pinnacle yet, right? Jumping down like that. There's no telling if he'll live or die, right? Why did he do it? How could he do it to this extent? Suddenly, Xiaolian heard Bai Wuxiang sigh, Xianlu, you have a very loyal follower. Before he finished, a face of sorrow and joy suddenly appeared in front of Xiaolian. Xiaolian didn't expect Bai Wuxiang to be able to get so close to him in an instant. His image was clearly reflected in the eyes of Bai Wuxiang. Wuxia's hair stood on end. It wanted to attack, but in the end it shrank back. But it couldn't be blamed because Wuxia had always been very smart. When it judged that its attack was useless, it would give up. Bai Wuxiang seemed to smile, because the sorrow and joy face split even wider. In the next moment the blade of misfortune swept past his neck. But it was a step too late. Bai Wuxiang had already dodged. He suddenly appeared at the highest point of the sky-crossing bridge, raised his hand slightly and said, don't be nervous, I'm just taking back my thing. In his hand there was a long sword that was completely black, like cold jade, with a silver heart piercing through the heart of the sword. Xiaolian subconsciously touched his back, and sure enough, the maiden heart that he was carrying was gone. The maiden heart was originally Prince Wu Yang's sword. Bai Wuxiang took away the sword that originally belonged to him. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The deathly white mask peeled off bit by bit, and finally completely fell off, revealing the face behind the mask. That white robe also turned into a white armor in the burning flames. Finally, Bai Wuxiang took off the mask and became Jun Wu. Everyone held their breath and became vigilant. Chapter 238. The Imperial Tutor shouted at Hua Chang, young man, don't underestimate your enemy. His current form is even harder to deal with than Bai Wuxiang's. Furthermore, you originally had the advantage of having a good weapon. But now it's gone. As expected, the injuries on Jun Wu's body were all gone. From head to toe he looked brand new. He glanced at the Imperial Tutor and smiled, teaching others how to deal with me in front of me. I didn't kill you, but you're getting more and more daring. That smile revealed a warning. The Imperial Tutor didn't say anything. He also looked straight at him. Xiaolian said, don't worry. San Lang has never underestimated his enemy. He couldn't be more clear. Even if Hua Cheng's smile was unbridled, his hands would never relax. Jun Wu stared at the blade and calmly said, Kill Heart. It's been a long time. Perhaps it should be called Kill Heart. In the past, Xiaolian had always felt that it wasn't easy to use an old heart. In the past, Xiaolian had always felt that it wasn't easy to use an older woman's heart. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of its former master. It was completely different from when it was in his hands. Every time Kill Heart and Misfortune clashed, the entire heavenly bridge trembled. Every time Execution and Misfortune clashed, the entire sky-crossing bridge trembled. Every time Kill Heart and Misfortune clashed, the entire heavenly bridge trembled. Compared to before, Jun Wu's strength and speed had clearly increased by a large level. Compared to before, Jun Wu's strength and speed were clearly a whole level higher. His brows furrowed. His expression became even colder. The people watching from afar were also shocked. Because every strike of Junwoo's was ruthlessly piercing Hua Cheng's right eye. Hua Cheng blocked it twice. It was extremely thrilling. Soon he realized that Junwoo was using this move over and over again. It was as if his right eye was Hua Cheng's weakness and he wanted to dig it out again. Every time he attacked, Hua Cheng would naturally defend with all his strength and repeatedly block. In this way, wouldn't they fall into a tug-of-war where they couldn't do anything? The Eye on Misfortune seemed to have sensed danger and was extremely furious. The black jade-like sword attacked once again. A crisp ding sound could be heard. Hua Cheng didn't raise his blade to block, but Junwoo withdrew his sword. Xiaolian, dressed in white, blocked in front of Hua Cheng. Just now he actually used the strength of a flick to deflect Heart's cold blade. In the end, Xiaolian couldn't help but join the battle. He was good at catching blades with his bare hands, but this was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous sword. With a light flick, almost half of his arm went numb, especially his palm. He only regained feeling after taking a few steps back and swinging his arm a few times. Behind him, Hua Cheng said, "Brother." Xiaolian said, "Let's go together." The two of them stood back to back, their battle intents aimed at the other side. Seeing this, Junwoo's smile deepened and he said, "Oh?" Xiaolian whispered, "You go up, I'll go down." Before he finished speaking, the two of them split up and attacked Junwoo, one above and one below. Xiaolian had a good idea of Junwoo's moves, so he could vaguely guess what his next move would be. Thus he blurted out, "Hook." Hua Cheng obeyed and pulled back his scimitar. Sure enough, Junwoo was almost hit. Xiaolian shouted again, "Boom!" Once again, Hua Cheng did as he was told. This time he did not use his saber. Instead, he attacked with his bare hands. Sure enough, Junwoo's shoulder was hit and his body sank. If it weren't for his speed, these two attacks would have hit his vitals. As they fought, Xiaolian suddenly realized something. Hua Cheng was the best in the world. With such skills, why would he need him to remind him? This was too offensive. Xiaolian's old habit flared up again. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. You don't have to listen to me." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Brother said it was the best choice. Why wouldn't I listen?" Suddenly the bridge collapsed. Hua Cheng's feet were in the air. And just as he was about to fall, Xiaolian stepped on the bridge. Rui swept him back. In the next moment he felt a chill on his neck. Junwoo flashed behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. He said, "Xianlu, your skills aren't bad." He was too close and Xiaolian felt his blood run cold. Hua Cheng said, "Brother." He threw his left hand and the misfortune sword flew over. Xiaolian's reaction was surprisingly fast. He slightly lowered his head, and the misfortune sword flew over his head, striking towards Junwoo who was behind him. Only then did Junwoo let go of his hand on Xiaolian's shoulder. Xiaolian took the opportunity to jump back to Hua Cheng's side, and the misfortune sword once again flew back into Hua Cheng's hand. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. The bystanders could only see three silhouettes flickering like lightning. Their speed was simply unimaginable and suffocating. Meanwhile, Junwoo's laughter echoed above the lava dome, as if encouraging them. "Good. Very good. Continue." Mu Qing barely avoided the collapse of the bridge as he fearfully said, "State Preceptor. Is he all right? Is he smiling?" State Preceptor said, "I already said it. The only thing worse than him being angry is that he's happy. This is just the beginning." On the other side, Junwoo was like a tiger that had grown wings after obtaining the executioner's heart. Xiaolian watched as Junwoo ruthlessly attacked Hua Cheng's right eye with his sword. Trembling with fear, he summoned Rui to wrap around the hilt of the executioner's heart. Unexpectedly, Junwoo pulled back, and Xiaolian's entire body flew towards him. Xiaolian was shocked at first, but then he calmed down. In any case, he originally wanted to snatch the sword, so he had nothing to fear. He met the sword head-on, and in his mind, he had already rehearsed the next 200 or so moves. Unexpectedly, when he was in midair, a hand grabbed him and pulled him back. Xiaolian landed on the ground and turned his head to look, only to see Hua Cheng blocking in front of him. A black jade sword had pierced through his heart. Seeing this scene, Xiaolian practically suffocated. "San Lang." Hua Chang's expression darkened slightly. Junwu was waiting for Xiaolian to run into the executioner's heart by himself. Seeing that he was blocked, he pulled out his sword and retreated, seeming slightly disappointed. Xiaolian had completely forgotten that Hua Chang was a ghost. Even with a large hole in his chest, he was still alive and kicking. Even now he still wasn't at ease. Both of his hands covered the wound on Hua Chang's chest that wasn't bleeding, and said, "San Lang, why are you so sudden?" "Oh," Hua Chang said, "how could I let you get stabbed again in front of me?" For some reason his tone was a bit too aggressive. Xiaolian was slightly startled, but then he heard Junwu say in a warm voice, "Xianlu, why are you so distressed? In any case he won't feel pain. He's just a person who died long ago." He actually reminded Xiaolian of this point. Xiaolian fiercely looked at him, his heart full of anger. "Isn't it all your fault?" Junwu sneered and said, "Is it all my fault?" Hearing his question, Xiaolian suddenly froze. Junwu changed the topic and said, "Perhaps. However, Xianlu, have you been in the human world for so long that you've forgotten what you've done? Do you still remember what you did after Xianli's country was destroyed?" Junwu revealed a meaningful smile and slowly said, "Do you still remember a ghost called Nameless?" Suddenly Xiaolian's face turned deathly pale and he blurted out, "Don't." Imperial Tutor had a bad premonition and said, "Your Highness, what did he say? What did you do after Xianli's country was destroyed?" Xiaolian felt an indescribable fear. He looked at Hua Chang, then looked at Junwu. His expression changed from one of anger to one of bewilderment. Hua Chang immediately grabbed him and said in a low voice, "It's nothing, Your Highness. Don't be afraid." Feng Exine also said, "That's right, calm down first." Mu Qing was extremely sensitive. What does he mean? Ghost? What ghost? But how could Xiaolian still be calm? That was the most embarrassing day of his life, and also the most regretful thing he had done. He never dared to think about it. As long as that pale smiling mask with curved eyebrows appeared in his mind, he couldn't sleep. He couldn't wait to curl up into a ball and never show his face again. Hua Chang had seen the glorious Xiaolian, the defeated Xiaolian, the clumsy Xiaolian, and the destitute Xiaolian. That was nothing. But he probably hadn't seen the Xiaolian rolling in the mud, the Xiaolian cursing loudly, the Xiaolian filled with hatred, the Xiaolian who wanted to destroy Yong'an country for revenge, and the Xiaolian who wanted to create a second human face plague. That part was too unbearable to recall. If it was in the past, Bai Wuxiang would have revealed it. But now, Xiaolian didn't want to test Hua Chang's expression after knowing that he still had a period of time. Because he wasn't as good as Hua Chang thought. He wasn't always spotless, holy, and pure. Even if Hua Chang only showed an expression of disbelief after knowing, he would probably be ashamed for the rest of his life and wouldn't have the face to see Hua Chang again. Thinking of this, Xiaolian couldn't help but turn pale. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and his hands trembled slightly. Seeing his reaction, Hua Chang's grip tightened and he said confidently, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. Remember? You were the one who was glorious, but you were also the one who fell into the dust. The key is you, not how you were. No matter what happened, I won't leave. You can tell me anything." In the end, he said softly, "Tell me yourself." Xiaolian calmed himself down a little, but Junwu let out a laugh and slowly said, "No matter what happens, I will never leave. Once my most loyal believers, my best friends, also said the same thing to me." Imperial Tutor's expression changed slightly. Junwu glanced at him and said, "But in the end you saw it. No one really did it." Imperial Tutor couldn't bear to look at him and turned his head away. Hua Chang said, "Trust me, Your Highness." "Can't I?" It wasn't that Xiaolian didn't believe him. It was just that he didn't dare to try. In the end, Xiaolian swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. He felt that he shouldn't smile, so he lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "San Lang, I'm sorry, I might." Hua Chang stared at him for a moment and said, "Actually," before he finished speaking, an extremely strong murderous aura attacked them and the two of them jumped away. Xiaolian calmed down and his pale face recovered a little. What's wrong with him? Why is he more faster and stronger? Compared to the Bai Wuxiang form just now, Junwu's speed and strength had increased by at least half, and it was still growing. He could clearly feel this terrifying increase in strength with every attack. Mu Qing also felt something was wrong and shouted, "Your Highness! Be careful, he's changing his strategy. He's not attacking the Blood Rain Tanhua. He's only attacking you." Out of the 400 or so swords, more than 100 of them had pierced this place. Xiaolian persistently stabbed Jun Wu more than 3,000 times. Finally, he broke through the nearly invulnerable defense of the 1,000-year-old white armor and stabbed his right abdomen. Right at this moment, where Hua Cheng's saber had landed. Therefore, 800 years ago, Xiaolian left an old scar on this white armor. With just 3 slashes, Hua Cheng would be able to break through. Furthermore, Hua Cheng's blade was even sharper than Xiaolian had imagined. The scimitar entering the abdomen was definitely a heavy blow. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, he heard the imperial advisor say, "It's useless." Logically speaking, Jun Wu's movements should be restricted due to his heavy injuries. However, he merely lowered his head and glanced at it. His expression didn't change. Xiaolian sensed that something was wrong. Jun Wu's hands moved slightly. Immediately, Xiaolian heard 2 soft tearing sounds. At the same time, his hands loosened. Ruoxi was broken. The white silk was split into 2 pieces and suddenly fell to the ground lifelessly. In the next moment, Xiaolian felt his neck being strangled and his whole body being dragged up. He heard Hua Cheng say, "Your Highness." However, that voice suddenly became far away. Jun Wu's voice was very close. He said, "Xianlu, do you think that I have less experience than you when it comes to being stabbed? Do you think that I would care?" The imperial advisor said from afar, "Even if you stab him 118 times, it won't be of any use, as it seems like he doesn't feel any pain anymore." Xiaolian's expression didn't change when a sword pierced through his heart. It was the same for Jun Wu. Feng Xian had already drawn his bow and aimed it at Jun Wu. Hearing this, he put it down and said, "What? Doesn't that mean that it doesn't matter whether we hit him or not?" Mu Qing said, "By the way, I'll tell you another piece of bad news. I suspect that his self-healing speed is even faster than the speed at which he was injured." "What?" On the other side, Xiaolian could already confirm that this was indeed the truth. His injuries were terrifying. If it was someone else, they would definitely have been cut in half at the waist. However, his wounds were no longer bleeding. Jun Wu said, "Don't be so surprised. If he was constantly stabbed in the back, wouldn't he have already died 1,000 times if he didn't immediately recover? However, the 2 of you are really not bad." He smiled and said, "In these 800 years, I've only been injured by a sword and a saber, and they were the 2 of you. Blood Rain Tanhua stand far away. You don't want to see Xian Li's neck being broken by me." Hua Cheng's face darkened and his eyes flashed fiercely. However, he saw that Jun Wu was holding Xiaolian and suspending him above the sky-crossing bridge. If he let go, Xiaolian would fall into the hundreds of feet of the Inferno Pond. After a moment, he put away his saber and slowly retreated a few steps. He looked quite calm, but the saber in his hand revealed something. Evil Fate was very anxious. His eyes turned wildly and fiercely stared at Xiaolian. Hua Cheng retreated to the edge of the sky-crossing bridge. Jun Wu said, "That's enough." He grabbed Xiaolian and the 2 stared at each other. After a long while, Jun Wu suddenly slammed Xiaolian against a rock wall. This collision was too ruthless. Xiaolian's entire head was buzzing as blood dripped down from his nose and mouth. In the distance, there seemed to be many people crying out in fear, but he was unable to clearly hear who it was. He only heard Jun Wu lightly say in his ear, "Xianlu, your head hit the wall. Does it hurt?" Xiaolian didn't hear clearly and didn't reply. So Jun Wu grabbed him and knocked him again, asking, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" With every sentence he asked, he knocked Xiaolian against the wall, causing him to scream. However, he shouted, "Don't come over, San Lang. I'm fine, I'm fine. Don't come over." At least now wasn't the time. It wasn't the time yet. After the first hit, Hua Cheng was already about to rush over. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when he heard Xiaolian tell him not to go over, so he abruptly stopped. However, his expression was already completely sinister. The veins on the back of his hand looked like they were about to explode, and his entire arm was trembling. Junwoo's expression didn't change, but his hand crazily grabbed Xiaolian and slammed him against the rock wall. He repeatedly asked, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" The imperial tutor said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." It was unknown who he was calling. Xiaolian's bloody hands pressed against the uneven rock wall. He gritted his teeth and roared, "It hurts." Only then did Junwoo smile in satisfaction. He let go of Xiaolian's pitiful head and put him on the ground. Xiaolian fell to the ground while holding his still buzzing head. Tears and blood flowed uncontrollably. Junwoo squatted beside him and stared at his face for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and touched his head. Then he gently wiped the blood off his face. This action was gentle and loving, like a father squatting beside a child who had just been beaten black and blue by him to comfort him. This scene made Feng Exen and Mu Qing's hair stand on end. He's really crazy, right? Hua Chung Fudao's knuckles made cracking sounds. Meanwhile, the pupils of Yi Ming's eyes rapidly contracted, as if they were bloodshot. Xiaolian didn't say a word and let him help him wipe his face. Junwoo then muttered to himself, "You silly child, if it hurts, why don't you turn around? Do you think that the wall will collapse by itself if you keep slamming against it? Why don't you change your direction?" Xiaolian replied, "I won't turn around." Junwoo was extremely rough. He raised his hand and slapped Xiaolian, causing him to fall to the ground with a bang. Xiaolian was dizzy and disoriented when Junwoo picked him up again. With a tone that suggested he was about to lose his patience, he said, "Do you really want to make me angry? I'll ask you again, will you change or not?" Xiaolian coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I won't change." A crack finally appeared on Junwoo's gentle expression as a fierce look flashed across his face. The imperial tutor's face turned green. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! You never wanted to kill this child. You like him very much. Did you forget what you said before?" Junwoo sneered. "If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have wasted all my patience and tolerance on him for the past 800 years. He would have long become the foundation of immortal capital, trampled by thousands and tens of thousands of people." He turned to Xiaolian and suddenly became furious. "But he doesn't know what's good for him. He's stubborn, willful, and he won't listen to me no matter what. Why must he go against me? You won't change? Fine, then you can try. Let's see if this wall will collapse after your head is smashed." When the state preceptor saw him mention Xiaolian again, he hurriedly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! Your Highness the Crown Prince! Your Highness! His little Highness isn't sensible, so please spare him this time. Forget it. One day he will become sensible." Junwoo looked at him and his smile became even colder. "Do you really think I'm crazy? Don't try to deceive me. In your heart, you really think that the one who's not sensible isn't him but me, right?" The state preceptor was stunned. Junwoo continued, "You wholeheartedly cultivate him and teach him because you hope that he can defeat me. That way you can prove that I'm wrong. You're right, you're all right. Then you can hold a perfect illusion of Crown Prince Wu Yong and wring your hands and sigh at the current Junwoo. Isn't this your goal? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" The state preceptor said, "No. Don't get tangled up in right and wrong, success and failure. I've never thought like that." However, Junwoo couldn't bear to listen anymore and sternly said, "Don't even think about it. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. No one can defeat me. It's even more impossible for him." After laughing wildly a few times, he once again grabbed Xiaolian and slammed him against the rock. As he slammed, he shouted, "Are you going to change or not? Change or not? Change or not?" Xiaolian also seemed to have gone crazy. He grabbed his arm and shouted, "No, no, no." Although he was slammed until he saw stars and was in incomparable pain, he stubbornly refused to give him the answer he wanted. He refused to change and was extremely happy. He had held it in for too long. It was as if he had been waiting for this kind of opportunity for many years. While his head was bleeding, he cried and shouted, "I won't change. I won't change even in pain. I won't change even in death. I won't change forever." Right now it wasn't Junwoo who had forced him to go crazy. But he had angered Junwoo to the point of going crazy. Junwoo's eyes were bloodshot. Just as he was about to give him another lesson, he suddenly stopped moving and lowered his head to look. He saw a long sword cleaving down on his shoulder and 8 long arrows made of tree branches neatly stuck into his back. This wasn't much, because neither the long sword nor the arrows had pierced through this layer of white armor. However, his right hand was gone. The hand that was grabbing Xiaolian was gone. The entire hand had disappeared from his wrist, and the cut was neat and tidy. Xiaolian was also gone. When he turned his head again, he saw something flying towards him with a swift and fierce gust of wind. He waved his left hand and caught that thing. Only when he looked did he discover that it was his own right hand. On the opposite side of the sky-crossing bridge, Hua Chong was holding Xiaolian, who was covered in blood. With one hand holding the curved sword, he was holding Xiaolian's shoulder, while the other hand was covering the wound on Xiaolian's head. He coldly said, "Take your dirty hand back." Xiaolian's stubbornness to admit defeat finally angered Junwoo, causing him to leave an opening. Junwoo grabbed his right hand and put it back on his wrist. After moving it a few times, he pulled out the arrow on his back. Suddenly he thought of something and turned his head, just in time to see Mu Qing, who was holding a long sword with a pale face. When Mu Qing met his gaze, he was slightly startled, but he still braced himself and forced himself to calm down. But after a while he couldn't calm down anymore. Junwoo looked at his shoulder and lightly said, "Sure enough, compared to Xianlu, you're still lacking a bit." Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression changed slightly. However, the long sword in his hand suddenly fell to the ground and his expression changed greatly. He pulled up his sleeve and looked at his wrist. He saw that the black shackle on his wrist had suddenly tightened, and the surrounding meridians suddenly became visible, as if there was an endless stream of blood gathering towards it. Feng Exine saw that Mu Qing was stunned and motionless, so he shouted, "What are you standing there for? Run!" "State Preceptor, Feng Exine, you brat. His leg is injured, how can he run?" Feng Exine was shocked. "Fuck me." He had completely forgotten about this matter. If it was in the past, Mu Qing would have been so angry that his eyes would have rolled back, but now running was useless. With the black shackle on his hand, it was useless no matter where he ran. Feng Exine cursed and was about to rush forward, but who knew that after Junwoo pulled out the arrow on his back, he would throw it back at him. Feng Exine only felt a chill on his chest, and when he looked down, he saw that the 8 arrows had all been returned to him, neatly stuck in his chest. Junwoo slowly walked towards Hua Chong and Xiaolian. Hua Chong didn't even look at him. He hugged Xiaolian and said, "Big brother? Big brother?" Xiaolian had been hit hard just now, and it took a while for him to wake up in a daze. He still had a terrible headache, and he didn't even open his eyes when he said, "San Lang? Are you all right?" Hua Chong looked at him for a while, then suddenly pulled him into his arms and said softly, "I'm completely fine. Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Xiaolian was in his arms. Although he was being hugged very tightly, it didn't crush his wounds. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and the mess around him entered his vision. Mu Qing stood stiffly in place, one hand tightly gripping the other's wrist, as if he was fighting against the blood-sucking curse. However, based on his pale complexion, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Although Feng Exine hadn't been pierced by the 8 arrows, his injuries weren't light, and he collapsed on the bridge. The fetus spirit was so happy that it kept screaming and jumping around him, using its hind legs to stomp on Feng Exine's face. Feng Exine was furious, but he couldn't move. Otherwise, his injuries would definitely worsen. Moreover, the entire heavenly bridge was collapsing section by section, and they could fall down at any time. Xiaolian clearly saw the situation in front of him and was shocked. He wanted to get up, but Hua Chong helped him up. The two of them looked towards the opposite side. Junwoo's figure was slowly walking towards them. Surrounded by the flames on all sides, he seemed especially tall, casting a large shadow. Xiaolian used all his strength to wipe the blood from his eyes, mouth, and nose as he stared at that figure. Junwoo held the executioner's heart sword. The body of the heart-slaying sword condensed with an unending flow of spiritual light. At this moment he was so calm that it was as if he was a completely different person from the Junwoo who had crazily knocked Xiaolian against the rocks. He said, Xianlu, you know very well that you will definitely lose. Junwu understood Xiaolian too well. He knew exactly how Xiaolian would fight, and his Fa Li completely suppressed Xiaolian. Moreover, even if they hadn't fought yet, Xiaolian could feel that Junwu's fighting spirit and Fa Li had grown stronger. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was his territory, so the suppression here was even more obvious. Xiaolian thought to himself, I'm afraid what he said is true. He couldn't win. However, even if he couldn't win, he still had to fight. Hua Cheng suddenly said, No, Your Highness has won. Your Highness, you've won. Xiaolian was startled and looked at him. Hua Cheng also stared at him. You've won. You're stronger than him. His eyes were so bright it seemed as if something was burning. He confidently said, Believe me. He's wrong, you're right. You're stronger than him. You're much stronger than him. Junwu let out a low laugh. Perhaps he thought Hua Cheng's words were naive and laughable, or perhaps he was happy that Hua Cheng had overturned him. The power of faith of millions of believers was in his hands. Hua Cheng grabbed his shoulder and said, So what? They're just millions of idiots, all of them are trash. As for you, you only need one person. One person was enough? Before Xiaolian could react, Hua Cheng had already pulled him over. Xiaolian's eyes widened. Spiritual power erupted and surged into him. This time it was more powerful than any exchange of Fa Li that Xiaolian had experienced before. Even the necromancy butterflies and the lava wraiths seemed to feel this terrifying power. Explosions and screams rang out all around them. Xiaolian's fingers were practically twitching, and his legs were trembling. He was almost kneeling on the ground, unable to support himself. In his heart he shouted for him to stop, but Hua Cheng's hands were firmly locked on his head, not letting him leave. He didn't allow him to refuse. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaolian's throat suddenly loosened. At the same time, Hua Cheng finally let go of him. Xiaolian's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. His hands were barely able to support himself, and only then did he not collapse. Junwu stopped in his tracks and looked over with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Feng Exine, who was lying in the distance, said in disbelief, Your Highness, you're... Xiaolian stretched out his trembling hands and touched his throat. There was nothing. Hua Cheng had poured too much Fa Li into him. It was really too much, completely exceeding the limits of the curse. Chapter 240. Mu Qing muttered, How could this happen? How could there be so many? He had never heard of anyone using mana to burst the curse shackles. Hua Cheng pulled Xiaolian up from the ground and said, Big brother, try fighting again. Coincidentally, Junwu slashed at him with his sword. Xiaolian subconsciously raised his hand and flicked it. Clang! Zhu Exine was almost sent flying by him. This strike could not be mentioned in the same breath as the one before. Xiaolian looked at his hands. He was slightly dazed. He hadn't experienced this feeling for hundreds of years. He had almost forgotten. This was him. He was so strong that he couldn't control his own strength. Every step he took caused the earth to shake. 1,000 miles in one step. Reaching the heavens in one step. He clenched his fist. He punched Junwu's face. Since the start of the battle, Junwu's face has remained clean. This attack was successful. Finally, a bit of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it with his thumb. Then he looked at the blood. The next moment he swung his hand. He threw Zhu Exine to the side. It looked like he wanted to fight with Xiaolian. Xiaolian punched again. But this fist was caught by Junwu, who twisted it with a backhand twist. Sharp pain assaulted him. Xiaolian's arm snapped with a crack. But he immediately connected himself with 2 clicks. Another palm strike was intercepted by Junwu. Xiaolian saw that the situation wasn't good. He wanted to take back the heart that Junwu had abandoned. Junwu had naturally expected him to do this and blocked his path. But he forgot. He still had Feng Exine and Mu Qing behind him. Although the two of them were half crippled, they still wanted to pull out the fragrant heart sword sneakily. Their movements were already very light, but Junwu seemed to have eyes on his back. With a backhand strike, the bridge under their feet broke and they fell into the lava river. In the nick of time, a hand grabbed Feng Exine's boot. Feng Xian grabbed Mu Qing's boot. He looked up and said, "Fuck. Fuck. State Preceptor, don't let go." The one who grabbed them was the State Preceptor. The veins on his forehead bulged. "You know I'm an old man. Then climb up quickly." Although that section of the bridge had been destroyed by Jun Wu, Xiao Yan raised his hand again, forcibly holding it up in midair. He still wanted to go up, but Jun Wu didn't give him the time. The three of them were less than 20 to 30 feet away from the boiling magma, and they could hear the bubbling sound of bubbles. Mu Qing was hanging at the bottom, and he was even hanging upside down. His posture was horrifying, and if he wasn't careful, he would probably wash his hair in the magma. His face was burning red, and he said, "Quickly pull me up." Unexpectedly, after pulling a few times, he called out again, "Wait. Don't pull me up." Imperial Advisor said angrily, "What exactly do you want?" Feng Xian, are you serious? Alright, then I'll let go. Mu Qing cursed, "Fuck, try letting go for real. Look down. Watch my sword." The few of them looked in the direction he was pointing. Right below them, a black jade longsword was stabbed into the center of the lava river and was slowly sinking. It was the maiden heart that they wanted to steal just now, but was shaken down by Jun Wu. Mu Qing crazily stretched his arms towards the sword hilt, as if he wanted to turn into a gibbon, but he couldn't reach it no matter what. He said, "Lower me down a little more. I'm almost there." The veins on Imperial Advisor's forehead bulged even more. "You two youngsters, I'm just an old man, don't be too excessive." As he spoke, he lowered the boot in his hands. Mu Qing's face was even closer to the surface of the magma river. His hair fell down, and the ends of his hair caught fire. Feng Xian, "Fuck, your hair is on fire. It's going to burn out." Fortunately, Mu Qing finally pulled out the sword. With one hand, he madly patted the flames on his hair, and with the other hand, he threw it towards Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, catch." Xiao Yan raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the maiden heart. Imperial Advisor had also reached his limit. "I can't take it anymore, you guys quickly come up." Feng Xian saw that even Imperial Advisor was trembling. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he fiercely threw Mu Qing up and said, "Who told you to be so talkative and dilly-dallying?" Mu Qing was thrown up, and just when he was about to explode in anger, dozens of lava resentful spirits suddenly rushed out from the lava pond below him. Those resentful spirits were like fish leaping out of the water. They jumped up and clung onto Feng Xian's chest. If it weren't for the spiritual aura protecting his body, Feng Xian's entire body would have been burnt through. Previously, they had been threatened by Feng Xian's arrows and harbored hatred in their hearts. They secretly hid in the magma and followed him here, waiting for an opportunity to pull him down. Caught off guard, Imperial Advisor was also pulled forward by the sudden increase in weight and slid down. This time it was Mu Qing's turn to grab onto Imperial Advisor's boot. Feng Xian was originally injured, and there were still a few arrows stuck in his body that he had forgotten to remove. He fought with those resentful spirits with his bare hands, but he was also worried that if he fought too fiercely, the people above wouldn't be able to hold him back and would let go. The lava resentful spirits below him gathered more and more, layer upon layer clinging onto his body. It was as if they were tug-of-war with Imperial Advisor Mu Qing. The strength of both sides couldn't be underestimated. If this continued, Feng Xian might be torn into two. Feng Xian roared, "Can't you just give me a quick death?" Mu Qing said, "Shut up." Suddenly, he felt the weight on his hands lighten. Those resentful spirits seemed to have finally let go, and he hurriedly took the opportunity to pull the two up. After coming up, Feng Xian was still in a state of shock. He panted heavily, and the resentful spirits' screams and roars came from below. The few of them looked down, and Mu Qing and Imperial Advisor both said, "Feng Xian, it's your son." As expected, among the bright red lava resentful spirits, there was a shining white thing leaping around, crazily biting and tearing at them. Those lava resentful spirits were all at least 2,000 years old, and they were in groups. Why would they be afraid of a little ghost that wasn't even a baby spirit? Clawing and biting, that fetus spirit's body was originally ghastly white, but it had already been scalded until it was drenched in blood and red patches. It was even howling like a ghost, But its cries didn't make one's heart ache at all, only terrifying. Feng Xian exploded. He flew into a rage and said, "Don't bother with your rotten faces, a bunch of adults bullying a child. Wrong, come here." That fetus spirit couldn't defeat so many resentful spirits, so it had already grown timid. When it heard that someone wanted to stand up for it, it let out a strange cry and jumped onto Feng Xian's shoulder. Feng Xian took down his longbow and pulled out an arrow from his chest. He shot out a series of arrows, causing the flaming river to churn. That fetus spirit jumped around on his shoulder and let out strange cries, as if it was rejoicing in his misfortune. On the other side, when Xiaolian saw that they were out of danger, he finally felt relieved. Just as he was about to focus on dealing with Junwu, he suddenly felt suffocated. Junwu locked his entire body from behind and said, "Didn't I say it already? Where did you think you learned your skills from? I know all of your moves like the back of my hand." If Xiaolian couldn't break free from this lock, he would be trapped to death. However, if he could think of all the moves to break free, Junwu would definitely be able to think of them too. At this time he heard Hua Cheng say, "Brother, don't be afraid. You definitely have a move that he doesn't know of, a move that only you can use and he can't use." Suddenly Xiaolian's mind flashed. Did he? He definitely did. Since he couldn't break free, then he wouldn't break free. He turned around in Junwu's arms and faced the enemy directly. Locking Junwu in place, he said word by word, "You definitely don't know this move." He grabbed Junwu and fiercely smashed their bodies against the incomparably solid rock wall. He used 100% of his strength in this collision. Amidst the rumbling sounds of the rock layer collapsing, he also heard the sound of something shattering. That sound came from Junwu's body. His white armor had completely shattered. At the same time, Junwu released him and furiously shouted, "Scram! All of you scram!" When Xiaolian raised his head, his hair stood on end. The thing that caught his eyes and caused Junwu to go crazy were faces. Those 3 faces had appeared again. Xiaolian once again raised his sword and pierced through Junwu's heart, nailing him to the rock wall. Fresh blood flowed out of Junwu's mouth. Xiaolian's sword had been infused with as much power as he could muster. The instant it pierced Junwu, it exploded. No matter how strong his self-healing ability was, it couldn't be repaired. The mountain collapsed. Junwu had originally been nailed to the rock wall, but after the mountain collapsed, he was now lying on the ground. However, he still hadn't given up. He flipped his hand around and grabbed the hilt of the fragrant heart sword, as if he wanted to write something on the blade. Naturally, it was a curse. He had to stop it. However, just as Xiaolian raised his hand, the state preceptor rushed over and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Forget it, forget it." Xiaolian stopped. He didn't know who the state preceptor was calling out to, or who he was telling to forget it. Junwu coughed up another mouthful of blood and angrily said, "Scram!" The state preceptor knelt beside him and said, "Your Highness, forget it. Really just forget it. Continuing to fight is meaningless." Junwu said, "What do you understand? Scram." The state preceptor said, "I don't understand. After so many years you've been a deity and you've also been a ghost king. You've killed those who should be killed and you've obtained what you want. Why bother? In the end, what do you want? What do you want to prove?" Hearing this, a flash of confusion appeared on Junwu's face. However, it didn't last long before he suddenly grabbed the state preceptor's throat and angrily said, "Don't lecture me. You don't have the qualifications to lecture me. No one has the qualifications to lecture me." At the moment, Junwu didn't have enough strength, so this choke wasn't too difficult to break. Xiaolian was just about to make a move to save him when the state preceptor waved his hand to tell him not to move. He continued to say, "Your Highness." Junwu coldly looked at him, still not letting go. Even if he didn't have enough strength right now, twisting the state preceptor's neck was as easy as flipping his hand. It was extremely dangerous. However, the state preceptor let him choke him like this and said, "I didn't teach His Highness the Crown Prince to teach you who didn't walk the wrong path, and then use him to humiliate you. He is him and you are you. You two are different people and having different paths is very normal. I've said it before but you didn't believe me. So what about now?" Junwu stared at him, not saying a word. The state preceptor said, I just really miss His Highness the Crown Prince, miss the former Wu Yong country, miss all of us and the days before we ascended. The state preceptor continued, It's been so many years, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Just looking at you makes me feel very tired, very tired. What about you? Are you really not tired? As the number one martial god of the three realms, Junwu's appearance and bearing were forever perfect, untainted by even a speck of dust. At this moment, when all the halos faded away, Xiaolian discovered that even if he removed those three faces, his complexion was still excessively pale. His facial features were too cold and stiff, and there were even faint dark circles under his eyes, making him appear gloomy and indescribable. He simply didn't have the gentleness he showed under the halo of light. However, the current him looked like he was alive. Even though he was still alive, the state preceptor said, Your Highness, you've already lost. Give yourself a break. Junwu was a little perplexed as he asked, Did I lose? The exceedingly powerful fluctuation of magical power broke through the cave's dome, causing the faint sunlight to sprinkle down from above. The sky seemed to be drizzling. Junwu lay on the ground, while Xiaolian stood up and looked down at him from above. Unexpectedly, Xiaolian could see a trace of relief in Junwu's expression. He couldn't help but suspect that perhaps, being defeated by someone and ending this kind of crazy day after day had always been Junwu's deepest wish. After a while, Junwu suddenly asked, That move, what's it called? Xiaolian raised his sleeves and wiped the blood off the side of his face. The chest-shattering boulder. Junwu stared blankly for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled and sighed. Closing his eyes, he said, Beautiful. He didn't say another word, but everyone could see the exhaustion on his face that he could no longer conceal. Xiaolian's hand finally moved away from the hilt of the maiden heart sword. He didn't know what to do next, so he couldn't help but look towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng was still standing in the same place, on the only section of the heavenly bridge that hadn't collapsed. He had been quietly waiting for him for a long time with his hands behind his back. When he saw Xiaolian turn around, he met his gaze and faintly smiled. The state preceptor sat beside the motionless Junwu and said, Your Highness, you can leave. He had no intention of getting up. Xiaolian asked, Master, you're not leaving? The state preceptor shook his head and said, I'll accompany His Highness the Crown Prince for a while. After all, I didn't accompany him in the past. The rain became heavier and heavier, washing over Junwu's closed eyes as well as the blood and vitality that flowed out of his wounds. As the rain continued to fall, Xiaolian felt that the three human faces on his face seemed to gradually fade a little. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian took off the bamboo hat on his back and tossed it over Junwu's face. The cursed shackle on Mu Qing's wrist had already automatically fallen off. He flew up and kicked it into the lava. Only then did he manage to find his cool and calm state. The fetus spirit on Feng Xian's shoulder jumped down, and used its forelegs to crawl towards Junwu's face. It cautiously touched him. Its attitude was completely different from when it had stepped on Junwu's face, causing Feng Xian to almost die from anger. Xiaolian, on the other hand, didn't care about anything else. With a bloody nose and swollen face, he ran straight towards Hua Cheng as if he had been reborn. In reality, he really was a survivor of a disaster. He threw himself onto Hua Cheng's body and said, San Lang. Hua Cheng stretched out his hand towards Xiaolian, but was immediately pushed back a step by Xiaolian's pounce. His arms wrapped around Xiaolian as he beamed, Big brother, see? I told you you would definitely win, right? He then lifted Junwu's face and carefully looked at it. He sighed and said, You've made yourself look like this again. Wherever his fingertips brushed past, small silver butterflies would flutter their wings and the scars would fade away. Xiaolian also smiled and said, It won't happen next time. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and pretended to be cold. He said, There won't be a next time. Pausing, Xiaolian restrained his smile and said seriously, San Lang, previously in Bronze Furnace Mountain, I said that I have something to say to you after we get out. Do you still remember? Hua Cheng smiled and said, Of course I remember. I remember every word brother said. Xiaolian lowered his head. After a moment, He finally mustered up his courage and said honestly, "Just now, Junwu revealed a few words that were also related to this matter. To tell the truth, I should have told you a long time ago, but I couldn't make up my mind. I was afraid that you would find out." Hua Chang said, "Afraid that I would find out that your highness almost became the white robe calamity, right?" Xiao Yin was stunned. "You?" Hua Chang didn't answer him directly. Instead, he knelt down on one knee in front of him and raised his face to look at him. Smiling, he said, "How is it, brother, like this? Do you remember now?" How could he not remember? At that time, that nameless ghost also often knelt down on one knee in front of him like this. That pale smiling face and Hua Chang's smiling face overlapped for an instant. Xiao Yin's heart trembled and his legs went soft. He directly sat in front of Hua Chang and muttered, "Sanlang, it's you." Hua Chang laughed and maintained his kneeling position. His remaining eye stared at him and said, "Your Highness, I've always been watching you." Xiao Yin still could only say one word, "You." He finally understood what Hua Chang had said to him in the past, seemingly unintentionally, meant. So that's how it was. He never thought that nameless was actually Hua Chang. He knew everything. He had seen everything. He had always been here. All of a sudden, thousands of feelings and thousands of words surged into his heart. There was gratitude, there was shame, there was heartache, there was ecstasy, and there was even a deeper, incurable love. Xiao Yin's chest was so full that it felt like it was about to explode. He couldn't even squeeze out a single word. He could only fiercely throw himself at him and shout, "San Lang." It seemed like that was the only word he could say. He shouted again, "San Lang." Hua Chang was thrown down by him and sat on the ground with him. He hugged Xiao Yin and laughed heartily. His original fear and worry were swept away. Xiao Yin tightly wrapped his arms around Hua Chang's neck. As he laughed, he wanted to cry. But before his tears could fall, he suddenly realized something very bad. Although Hua Chang was a ghost, his body had always been no different from a normal person's. Chapter 241. Xiao Yin grabbed him. Stunned, she said, "San Lang, what's wrong?" Hua Chang was still calm. "I'm fine. I just overdid it a bit." Xiao Yin was stunned. "Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? How is this fine?" "Mana, it's that mana." When Hua Chang gave Xiao Yin his mana, it always seemed inexhaustible. He smiled as if he didn't feel the slightest burden. But that was his own mana. It wasn't sand washed away by the waves. How could it really be inexhaustible? He couldn't blame Hua Chang for not telling him earlier. He could only blame himself for not thinking of it earlier. Xiao Yin was regretful and anxious. "I'll give it back to you." He held Hua Chang's face and kissed him. Feng Xian and Mu Qing wanted to come over. When they saw this, they instantly retreated a few meters. He let the two of them do it themselves. The curse had been removed. He desperately transferred all the mana he could to Hua Chang, wanting him to recover as soon as possible. But he kissed him for a while and then let go. The red clothes on Hua Chang's sleeves and the silver bracers were still transparent. They were even translucent. Xiao Yin was stunned for a while. Terrified, she subconsciously cupped Hua Chang's face and wanted to kiss him. But Hua Chang reacted quickly. Hua Chang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He held his face and kissed him. "Although I'm happy that brother is so proactive, you don't have to transfer mana to me. However, if brother didn't want to borrow mana and just wanted to kiss me, I wouldn't mind at all. The more the better." "You're welcome." Xiao Yin grabbed him tightly. He was about to collapse. "What's going on?" Hua Chang said, "It's just a little rest. Brother, don't be afraid." Xiao Yin hugged his head. "How can I not be afraid? I'm about to go crazy." With Hua Chang's temperament, if the problem wasn't so serious that he couldn't hide it, why would he let Xiao Yin see him like this? Just how much magic power was there to be able to cause the two shackles to explode? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was as vast as the sea. How could he not be affected at all? It wasn't easy to clear up all the messy matters. He talked it over with Feng Xian and Mu Qing. The curse that had bound him for more than 800 years had also been released. Those who had always wanted to be honest with Hua Chang, but didn't dare to, were all honest now. However, when he turned around with a smile on his face, the flower city that welcomed him had become like this. How could he not be afraid? He was so scared that he was going to go crazy. Feng Xian and Mu Qing sensed that something was amiss. Your Highness? What's wrong? He took a few steps forward, but for some reason he stopped halfway. He felt that it was not a good idea to approach recklessly. At this moment, Xiaolian couldn't pay attention to anyone else. He grabbed onto Hua Cheng, his heart about to stop beating. As though he was scared out of his wits, he asked, "What should we do?" Hua Cheng sighed softly. He stretched out his arms and hugged him again. Your Highness, I've always been watching over you. This was the second time he said this, and his voice was softer than before. Xiaolian grabbed the red dress on his chest and said blankly, I know. But what should we do now? Hua Cheng's slender fingers gently combed through his messy hair. Your Highness, do you know why I refused to leave this world? Xiaolian couldn't understand why Hua Cheng was still so calm. He was so anxious that he was trembling. However, in his stupor, he still asked somewhat stupidly why. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, because I still have someone I love in this world. Hearing this, Xiaolian was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere before. Hua Cheng continued, my sweetheart is a courageous and noble person of noble birth. He saved my life. I looked up to him since I was very young. However, I want to catch up to him and become a better and stronger person for him. Although, he probably doesn't even remember me. We haven't even exchanged a few words. I want to protect him. He gazed at Xiaolian and said, if your dream is to save the world, then my dream is only you. Xiaolian relied on his memory and asked with a trembling voice, but, if that's the case, you won't be able to rest in peace? Hua Cheng answered, I don't want to rest in peace. In that instant, Xiaolian's breathing stopped. He could vaguely hear two voices, one asking and the other answering. If your beloved knew that you couldn't rest in peace because of him, he would probably feel vexed and guilty. Then I won't let him know why I'm not leaving. You'll know once you've seen enough. Then I won't let him know that I'm protecting him. That ball of will-o-wisp. The lantern, the weak will-o-wisp that he bought at night. The will-o-wisp that tried to pull him out of the grave in the cold winter night. The will-o-wisp that stopped by Wuxia from approaching the dangerous place. The will-o-wisp that screamed for him in the era of the 100 swords piercing the heart. Hua Cheng said softly, Your Highness, I know everything about you. Your bravery, your despair, your kindness, your pain, your resentment, your hatred, your cleverness, your stupidity. If possible, I would like you to treat me as a stepping stone, a bridge to be torn down after crossing the river, a corpse to be trampled on when climbing up, a sinner who deserves to be hacked to pieces. But I know you won't. As he spoke, the red glow on his clothes dimmed. Xiaolian's hands trembled as he grabbed onto him. He didn't stop channeling energy into him, nor could he stop Hua Cheng's figure from fading away. His eyes blurred as he stammered. All right, don't say anymore, I understand. But don't be like this, San Lang. I borrowed a lot of energy from you and haven't returned it. Also, I haven't finished what I wanted to say just now. There's still a lot left. No one has listened to me for so many years. You will stay, right? You really don't be like this. I can't stand it, San Lang. I really can't stand it. Twice, it's already been twice. I don't want it to happen a third time. Hua Cheng had already disappeared from this world twice for him. However, Hua Cheng said, dying in battle for you is my greatest honor. This sentence was like a fatal blow to Xiaolian. He couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes anymore. He seemed to be grasping at straws. You said you wouldn't leave. Hua Cheng said, all good things must come to an end. Xiaolian deeply buried his head. His chest and throat were in pain and he couldn't speak. Then, he heard Hua Cheng say from above him, but I will never leave you. Hearing this, Xiaolian suddenly raised his head. Hua Cheng said to him, I will be back. Your Highness, believe me. Although his voice was firm, his pale face began to fade and become transparent. Xiaolian reached out his hand wanting to touch this face, but his fingertips passed through it. He was stunned for a moment before he raised his head again. Hua Cheng's gaze was gentle and passionate. His remaining eye was filled with love as he silently stared at him. He seemed to be saying something, but there was no sound. Xiaoyan refused to give up. He reached out his hands and hugged him, wanting to hear it clearly. But before he could use any strength, the person he was hugging disappeared. In front of him, Hua Cheng instantly shattered into thousands of silver butterflies, turning into a dazzling starry wind that couldn't be hugged or held. Xiaoyan's hands hugged empty air. He maintained his hugging posture, not moving an inch. He didn't know if it was because he couldn't react or because he couldn't move, but he knelt in the dreamlike butterfly formation with his eyes wide open. Below him, Feng Xian and Mu Qing never expected such a scene to occur. Both of their faces paled as they rushed up and said, "Your Highness." Feng Xian was the first to rush up and said, "How could this suddenly happen? Wasn't everything fine just now? Was it because of the curse?" Mu Qing limped and jumped twice, but he couldn't jump up. He raised his head and shouted towards those silver butterflies, "Blood Rain Tanhua. Don't joke around. If you're not dead, hurry up and come out." Those silver butterflies obviously wouldn't answer him. One after another, they fluttered their wings and flew towards the sky. Feng Xian reached out to pull Xiaoyan, but Xiaoyan sat on the ground and refused to get up. Feng Xian also didn't know what to do. He said, "Is there anything we can help with? Do we need spiritual power? Can we save him? What should we do?" However, Mu Qing had already seen through him and said, "Forget it, you should shut up. There's no need to do anything." The sky was filled with sparkling lights and butterfly wings. It was as if they were reunited for the first time after 800 years. A silver butterfly faintly flew past and touched the back of his hand, his cheek, his forehead, and so on. It was full of longing, as if it was whispering something. Xiaoyan blankly stretched out his hand and let it rest on it. That silver butterfly seemed to be extremely happy. It flapped its butterfly wings and indeed stopped for him. However, it couldn't stay for long. After a while, it scattered with the wind. However, the place where it stopped, the red line on Xiaoyan's third finger, was still as bright as ever. And then? "It's over. It's over. It's over." Pei Ming finally couldn't take it anymore. "No, how can it be over here? Even an outsider like me can see that it's not over?" Mu Qing placed a thick stack of account books on the table and said coldly, "This is what I calculated. It's over here. I can calculate it again on the spot. General Pei, please listen carefully. Deduct 8. 88 million merit points at 6. 66 million merit points at 17. 2 million merit points and deduct." Feng Xian said, "All right, there's no need to calculate. This is the number, but it must have missed out a lot. Otherwise it won't match at all." Mu Qing said, "That's not my problem. In any case, I didn't calculate wrongly. Or you can find another person to do the calculation. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business." After the immortal capital was destroyed, the scattered heavenly officials reunited with great difficulty. They set up a temporary celestial court on the peak of Mount Taitsong that no one cared about. At the moment, the heavenly officials were in full swing discussing the reconstruction of the new immortal capital. But, unfortunately, that fire not only burned down the group of golden palaces of the heavenly officials, causing them to only be able to squeeze into this desolate and broken mountain to hold a meeting. They could only rest in a small shed that was temporarily built. It also caused all the documents to be burnt to the ground, causing a large number of records to disappear. They had been arguing for a few days, but they still couldn't even clear up the accounts until now. One of Pei Ming's arms was wrapped in a sling around her neck. She rubbed her chin with her other hand and said, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Xianzhan's tone has become more and more eccentric lately." Feng Xian said, "Hasn't he always been eccentric? He's too lazy to put on a show now." Mu Qing rolled his eyes. Everyone pointed at him and said, "Outrageous." Mu Qing turned and left. Quan Yizhen's whole body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked like a human dumpling. Only his messy curly hair could be seen. He said in a muffled voice, "What should we do now? Who's going to calculate it?" Chapter 242. In an instant, the expressions on the heavenly officials' faces became even more subtle than Pei Ming's. A white-clothed Taoist responded and came out. His expression was calm and his bearing was calm and elegant. It was Xie Lian. Everyone greeted him one after another. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness. Their expressions and words were all polite and courteous. Xie Lian also politely greeted everyone. He went out to welcome them. Lord Rainmaster. Rainmaster led the black bull that was the protector's mount. He arrived in front of the temporary hut and slightly nodded. That black bull was still carrying large chests of local produce. It was specially sent over. It was said that eating it had the miraculous effect of nourishing the protector. When the heavenly officials heard this, some of them happily went up to divide it. Some of them didn't move. Xie Lian didn't move. Rainmaster said, I brought something else for your Highness the Crown Prince. Xie Lian smiled and said, then I'll thank you first. What is it? The Rainmaster took out an item wrapped in a white cloth from his sleeve and opened it. Xie Lian's eyes lit up. Thank you, Lord Rainmaster. I was looking for this everywhere. Feng Xian also came over to take a look. He also said, miraculous silk. That's great. That toy of yours can finally be fixed. Xie Lian dug around in his sleeve. He took out 2 broken pieces of white silk and happily said, that's right. I finally found the material to fix Ruoxi. I'll go fix it now. Feng Xian grabbed him and said, you fix it? Forget it. What can you fix? Ask someone else to help you. He then turned around and shouted, Mu Qing. Come and work. Mu Qing slowly walked over and coldly said, what? What do you mean? You want me to fix it? Feng Xian said, isn't that your specialty? Mu Qing snorted and said, you guys really know how to use people. You're ordering me around again. I'm afraid you'll have me sweep the floor tomorrow. Xie Lian laughed and said, forget it. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Mu Qing had already taken the white silk from his hands. He rolled his eyes and went to look for a needle and thread. Soon after, Pei Ming also came over to greet the black bull. She wanted to pat the black bull, but the bull's big teeth bit her with a dang sound, almost biting off her finger. She was annoyed and hurriedly left. You sure asked, has General Pei's arm not healed yet? Xie Lian replied, not yet. At the beginning, he and Rongguang agreed to use the bright ray sword. In addition to his apology, he also had to pay an arm as a price. Although Rongguang's resentment dissipated in the end and he didn't take his arm, his injuries were not light. You sure said so, that's how it is. No wonder General Pei's expression is so strange. Xie Lian thought to himself, that's not why his expression is strange. As it turned out, Pei Ming was still brooding over being saved by the Rainmaster at Bronze Cauldron Mountain and the immortal capital. He was a man who prided himself on being a man of indomitable spirit. He simply couldn't bear to lose a little bit of face in front of a woman, especially a woman he had an old grudge against. Compared to the Rainmaster, Xianji's actions were probably more acceptable to him. In short, he couldn't get over it no matter how much he tossed and turned. Whenever he saw the Rainmaster, he would find it hard to calm down, which was why his expression was strange. However, the Rainmaster simply didn't understand what Xie Lian found difficult to calm down about. He would always politely smile in return. The two of them weren't even on the same path. It was simply ridiculous. The Rainmaster said, that's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, how is Xianji? Xie Lian replied, Xianji is imprisoned at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to go and see? After the great battle, the demons and ghosts that had escaped from the various places of suppression were temporarily detained in the dungeon set up at the foot of Mount Taicang. Xie Lian led the way. Before they reached the dungeon, they could already hear a wave of rough curses from afar. Pei Su and Half Moon sat at the door, both expressionless. Right now they were too short on manpower and didn't have enough. Thus, the two of them were sent to help the heavenly court guard the dungeon. Inside the dungeon was Kuemo, so when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. All day long, Kuemo would give these two endless curses. However, the two of them pretended not to understand and sat like wooden statues. Seeing the two of them walk in, they both stood up and greeted. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Lord Rainmaster. The Rainmaster gave them a box of local products. Xiaolian said, thank you for your hard work. Lord Rainmaster wants to see Xianji. Pei Su hesitated for a moment before saying Xianji. Xiaolian sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? The two of them entered the dungeon and found the place where Xianji was imprisoned. Both of them were stunned when they saw that the dungeon was completely empty. There was only a tattered red wedding dress left. Pei Su said, Xianji, it dissipated last night. Xianji's resentment had actually dissipated. It was truly inconceivable. Not long ago, this woman's obsession was still so deep. She had tightly held on to Pei Ming, unwilling to let go. Xiaolian said. Perhaps she finally thought it through. She finally understood why, in the past few hundred years, she had changed from a valiant and heroic noble daughter of a family of generals to a crazy, resentful woman who was despised by others. What did she lose? What did she gain? Perhaps she would be extremely ashamed and unwilling to look back. She had wholeheartedly hoped that the man who abandoned her would be moved or threatened by her and change his mind. However, she suddenly realized that from the very beginning, there was no longer any leeway. She finally understood. However, she was only able to stay in this world because of her unwillingness towards Pei Ming. Now that she understood, there was no longer any need to stay. Thinking about it, it was quite meaningless. The Rainmaster sat down in his original spot, as if he wanted to deal with the aftermath. After all, aside from her, that was the only person in the world from the Rainmaster country. Xiaolian didn't want to disturb him, so he left. After he left, he saw Pei Su and Banyu eating the fruits grown in the Rainmaster village. Xiaolian also went over and picked one up. He was prepared to squat together with them and eat. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt something and abruptly turned his head to look. Not far away, in the grass that was half the height of a person, something flashed past. Xiaolian immediately threw the fruit away and said, watch this place. Then he ran over. The thing in the grass realized that he had discovered it and ran even faster. Originally, Xiaolian could have caught up with it in 8 steps, but after 4 steps he realized who it was. His mind turned at lightning speed and he slowed down. After the thing had escaped for a distance, he suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the other's path. He said, Miss Jianlan, do you plan to leave without saying goodbye? The other party was the sneaky Jianlan who was hugging the fetus spirit. Startled by Xiaolian's sudden appearance, she exclaimed, it's you. The shining white fetus spirit bared its teeth in her arms, as if it wanted to attack. Jianlan pressed it down and said, are you here to stop me? Xiaolian didn't want her to be too vigilant, so he said, don't be nervous. I just want to give you something. As he said this, he handed over an item and said, your son's resentment is quite strong and needs to be controlled. Although it is currently being purified, your cultivation is not as strong as it. It is hard to guarantee that no accidents will happen. You will need this item to help you. It was a protective talisman that he had made himself. Xiaolian even specially demonstrated how to use it to ensure that there was nothing strange about it. Jianlan looked at it, and sure enough, her vigilance slightly decreased. After all, this thing was quite useful. After hesitating for a moment, she received it and said, many thanks. Xiaolian said, no need. You only need to shout, His Highness the Crown Prince, please protect me 3 times when you use it. This way, you can be recorded under my Highness's name. Jianlan walked a few steps before pausing. In the end, she couldn't help but turn her head and ask, you're not going to stop me? Why? Xiaolian waited for her to turn her head. Instead of answering, he asked, then Miss Jianlan, why must you leave? Feng Xian said that he would take care of you too. He will keep his promise. Jianlan's expression changed. In the end, she sighed and said, I know he will. But forget about it. I don't want to live with him anymore. Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment before saying, right now you don't like him anymore? Jianlan was probably tired from running. She sat down on the side of the road and said, it has nothing to do with whether I like him or not. I don't want to force him to keep us by his side. Xiaolian also sat down beside her. After thinking for a bit, he said, Feng Xian must really like you. At that time, he was so badly battered, but he still wasn't willing to give up on you. Hearing this, Jianlan seemed to remember something from a long time ago. She smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember. At that time he was really stupid. He spent a long time saving money. After saving enough money to buy me for one night, he moved a stool to me and sat there for the whole night. He didn't do anything but chat with me. Everyone treated him as a joke." "What a joke." Xiaolian also smiled and said, "You see, I told you that he really liked you." Jianlan's smile disappeared and she said, "What you're talking about is all in the past. Liking him once doesn't mean he'll like him forever. I'm not going to be treated with charity and then despised by others." Xiaolian said, "Why would he despise you too? You still don't know what kind of person Feng Xian is?" Jianlan said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't eat the food of the common people. Of course your thinking is too simple. He won't do it now and he won't do it on the surface. However, after a long time I can't say for sure. If I wanted to find him, I would have gone looking for him a long time ago. Nanyang Palace Hall isn't that rare. There were times when they were everywhere, but I didn't want to. He has ascended, he has the ability, he has the glory, but we're already ghosts. Why would I want to find him? A heavenly official bringing along 2 ghosts. Isn't this making things difficult for him? When I looked the most beautiful, I kicked him away. I felt that this was very good, that I could be arrogant. That way in his heart I would always look like that, and not like the way I am now, with heavy makeup and fine lines at the corners of my eyes." She pulled at her own face and said, "If he really did recognize us, he would look at this face of mine every day. No, I'm still like this. Being held back by us, he would only get more and more tired and tired day by day. One day he would despise us. Why bother? That would be too sad, wouldn't it?" As she spoke, the fetus spirit continuously used its wet tongue to lick her face. It gave off a subtle yet disgusting feeling of naughtiness and cuteness. But in the eyes of ordinary people, it was probably only disgusting and unacceptable. Gladiolus also rubbed his son's bald head and said, "In any case, it's enough that I'm wrong. Who didn't make undying vows and promises when they were young and ignorant? They would always talk about love, love, and forever. However, the longer I stay in this world, the more I understand that something like forever is impossible. It's impossible for me to live forever. It's already good enough to have existed. No one can really do it. I don't believe it." She helplessly said, "Feng Xian is a good person. It's just, too much time has passed. Everything is different now. Forget it." Xiaolian silently listened and didn't say anything. In his heart, however, he said no. There was a voice in his heart that said, "Forever exists. There are people who can truly do it. I believe it." In the end, Gladiolus still left with the wrong. Xiaolian returned to send off the Rainmaster who had finished sending off Xianji. Then he returned to Mount Taicang to tell Feng Xian that Gladiolus had left. But he didn't see him. Just as he was looking for him in the crowd, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Tai Hua, good timing. Are you free? Help me calculate." Lang Qianqiu couldn't avoid it in time and shouted from afar, "Don't bring it over. I have something to do. Find someone else." Xiaolian sighed. In his heart, he thought it would be better if he tried to calculate it himself. Unexpectedly, just as he took a few steps, he heard a voice behind him. "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Xiaolian turned around and saw Lang Qianqiu standing behind him. He scratched his cheek and said, "Can we talk in private?" Xiaolian replied, "Sure." And so, he and Lang Qianqiu walked together to the outside of the shabby tent hall. As they walked, Xiaolian asked, "How's Guzi? Is he all right?" Lang Qianqiu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if he's all right or not. This child keeps asking me for his father. He's quite pitiful, so I could only store away a bit of Qinggui's soul and place it in a lamp. Now he carries that lamp and runs in and out in front of me every day, asking me how to make the soul in the lamp grow up. I really..." Seeing Lang Qianqiu's gloomy face, Xiaolian could understand his experience. He really didn't understand why someone like him, whose entire family had been killed by Qi Rong, would still do such a thing. Xiaolian subconsciously wanted to pat his shoulder, but when he thought about what he had done in Yong'an, he held back and warmly said, "You've worked hard. Then why did you come looking for me today?" After hesitating for a moment, Lang Qianqiu reached into his bosom and took out an item. Handing it to Xiaolian, he said, "This." When he saw that item, Xiaolian's breathing slightly froze. It was a small dark red coral pearl that flowed with brilliance. His voice trembled as he said, "This is?" Lang Qianqiu said, "This coral pearl is a secret treasure left behind by the founding ancestor of Yong, and..." Hearing this, Xiaolian finally reacted. This wasn't the pearl that Hua Chang had dropped at the end of his hair, but rather the one he had given to Lang Ying. It wasn't from Hua Chang. Xiaolian's heart was at a loss, but he still took the pearl. At this time, Lang Qianqiu said, "The founding ancestor once said that the person who gave him this red coral pearl was his benefactor and had helped him before. He was a very good person." Lang Qianqiu continued, "But he still did something that caused that person to lose everything. The founding ancestor said that he didn't regret doing that thing, so he had to do it. But towards that person, when he thought about it later, he still felt a little sorry." Xiaolian asked, "And then?" Lang Qianqiu said, "And then that day in Immortal Capital, I carefully looked at the pearl at the end of the blood rain Tanhua's hair. The more I looked at it, the more it looked like the pearl that my royal father had left for me. Later, I heard from General Xianzhan and the others that this pearl was originally a pair and was yours. So, I wanted to ask if this belongs to you." After a while, Xiaolian slowly nodded and said, "It's mine. It's a pair of pearls that my royal father and mother gave me when I was young." Lang Qianqiu scratched his head and said, "Then, I'll return it to you." He still didn't know how to address Xiaolian, so he returned the pearl. After hesitating for a while, he silently walked away. Xiaolian stood where he was, holding the red coral pearl in his palm. It had been more than 800 years. After going around in circles, the other pair of deep red coral pearl earrings had also returned to his hand. It was his, it was still his. It was just that the other pearl should have been there at this time. It could have been a pair. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.